Morning, Natalie.
Hi, how are you?
Not bad yourself.
Pretty good.
Okay, cool. I'm going to go back to sharing the screen here and fighting with the other account, but I think we should be good to go.
Okay, cool.
Okay.
Sounds good.
Good morning, Chris. It's nice to meet you. Good morning, Chris. It's nice to meet you.
Morning, Fred. Can you hear me?
I sure can.
Hey, I got it.
Gotcha. So I think our first interaction is like at 12:45, is my understanding. I'm not really running this. I just have the account that shoots off to YouTube.
Yeah, okay. I saw the stuff here. I'll
Yeah.
bug Kyle if I have any problems.
Cool.
Cool. Thanks, Fred. I was just checking to see if I can get on here.
Yep. Awesome. We'll see you here soon.
See ya.
Bye.
Bye.
Morning, Evan.
Morning, Fred. How are you?
Doing well. Yourself?
Oh, I'm doing great. Just being frustrated with Microsoft because they always have to do the two-factor authentication, and it seems to be a every other day thing between three computers. Other than that, I'm doing great. Let me get my video going here.
Good. So I'm not actually running this thing. I'm just doing the back end because my account is the one that we can stream to YouTube with.
Sure,
So, yeah.
that's great. And I think the party starts at 1 o'clock, right? I mean, this is just sort of an introduction.
12:45 for the judges.
Yep.
Yeah.
So I'll just hang out here in the background.
Cool.
Until then.
Actually, the judges is going to be on a different link.
Okay,
Yeah, that way we're not broadcasting our conversations to everyone.
got it. Got it.
Yeah.
So can you have two different Zoom streams somehow connected, or
I have two different computers and two different accounts.
right?
So, yeah.
Very nice.
Yep. So, yeah.
Yeah, excited to be involved. And it's funny, I think I know all but one judge. So
Well, we'll change that here by the end of the day.
yeah.
So, mute the other computer here since I've got stuff up on that.
Yep.
So, okay. Cool. Well, I think we'll see you here in about 45 minutes or so.
Okay, sounds good.
All righty. Thanks,
Yeah,
Evan.
Thanks.
Can you hear me, Megan?
Yeah, I'm for,
Hi, it's Fred. Are you ready for
Yeah.
And I'm just waiting. I didn't see the Zoom link in chat. You send it to my email?
We're not hearing you, Latara.
No.
I hear stuff, but it's pretty garbled.
Gonna be, you can see it, but I'm gonna point it out towards you guys. Yeah.
We can hear you a little better, Latara.
I actually have the dancers connecting to the other Zoom link that was from their top or computer.
So it should be to this Zoom link that we're looking for. Megan says, and I quote,
Yeah.
please tell Latara I'm an idiot, and it is the right Zoom link. So that's from Megan.
Oh, okay, so is the Zoom link that she put in the chat, is that the correct one?
The one for this event should be the correct one. Is there an Arbel on your team?
Oh, okay, cool. It looks like some Zoom. Okay. Okay. And
I'm sorry, Latara, you're breaking up on me again.
okay. Hold on. Okay, can you guys hear me?
Lots of echo.
Okay, I'm going to be accessing it through their computer just because their service seems to be better, their bandwidth and connection.
Perfect.
So I'm getting everybody set up, and I'll just go ahead and tap into this connection through theirs, if that works.
That works for me.
Okay. All right, and we're getting everybody lined up right now, and then they're going to go ahead and announce. So just give us a go when you guys are ready and we'll start video.
I think we're ready whenever you're ready.
Perfect.
You got it on video now?
All righty, we're gonna go ahead and start them in.
Okay.
So go.
I'd like to welcome everybody to the May 22nd, 2021 Business Entrepreneur, honoring all our local entrepreneurs sponsored by the University of Wyoming and other entities. So we're gonna get started here with what we call our grand entry, where we parade the dancers in, led by our veteran, Glenda Littlebirch, who's gonna be carrying in the Arapaho flag. So we're gonna go ahead and take it away with Little Brave, our drum. Hey, I'd like to give our dancers a round of applause from wherever you are. So, but the way things start out with most of our celebrations is that we're led in with the grand entry, led by our drum Little Brave, our lead singer Shiloh Bell. We teach our children young, and then from there, what we do is what we call our flag song to honor all of our veterans. And usually, our veterans are the ones that lead the way for us with bringing in the flags and starting out ceremonies. And today, Glenda Littlebird, veteran of the United States Marine Corps, is holding our Arapaho flag. So we're going to go ahead and get started with our flag song. How things work and operate now is the way we do is we have our veterans post the colors, and while she's doing that, I'll give a little introduction, and I want to correct myself. Glenda was actually a veteran of the United States Army. So I'd like to introduce our dancers. Is we got our Northern Arapaho powwow princess for the 2021 year, Neilani Bell. Then we have our men's traditional led by Lionel Bell, and he's also a veteran of the United States Army. Then we have Antonio, our other traditional dancer, led by our chicken dancers, led by our Lionel's our chicken dancers. Then we have Antonio and Koa Bell. We also have our women's traditional led by Amberly Fredericks. And Alyssa C here. Putting on a little show for you guys. And then we'll see if Charlotte can outdo her in this next one, introduction, Charlotte Harris. And then we have Randy Jo Bell, our women's fancy. And then we have Joel Harris, our men's fancy. We have a limited number of dancers due to, lots of graduations and things going on this weekend, but we're going to put on a performance for you led by our drum group and with Shiloh Bell, his two nephews, and Betna, his little brother, and then Myron, and then our two lady eagle singers are Cheryl and Nora. So what we're going to do is we're going to get started out with what we call an intertribal, and that's kind of where we all come together and everybody's invited to come out on the dance floor and dance. And so we're going to get started with Shiloh and then leading our intertribal. The way things were and what I was taught was that our drum leads our celebrations because it's the heartbeat of our nation as Native Americans. When you're in the womb and you're listening and you're a child and you're developing that heartbeat that you hear of your mother, that's what carries you, and that's what the drum represents for us Native Americans, is that heartbeat that we hear with inside our mother. She brings life for each and every one of us. So we're going to go ahead and call out all the dancers again, and then we're going to go ahead and get started with the intertribal. Let's go, guys. Come to the floor, dancers. Let's go ahead and get started with our intertribal, and we'll go showcase our dancing style. give our dancers a round of applause. We'll let them catch their breath. We're gonna go ahead and we're gonna start out with our men's and boys chicken dance. But just a little history for that. You know, when they talk about chicken dance, each of our dance styles represents and mimics something in the world that we seen or saw. And our men, sorry, I'm catching my breath, but our men are going to mimic what they call a chicken dance. When you early in the mornings, when you go out into the prairie, you see these chickens, and at sunrise, they're all out there, they're dancing, and these men and these boys are going to mimic those same movements in the style along with the beat with what Shiloh, Betnon, Myron, and the boys are gonna sing for them. So whenever they're ready and they come on the floor, Antonio, you ready? The way we're gonna proceed is we're gonna go ahead and showcase each individual dance style that we have available for you guys, for everybody watching. So we're gonna come out individually with, you know, groups of 2 to 3, maybe sometimes even 1, but you'll get to see the varying styles. Well, we'll wait for Antonio. You know, this is something that we do as a family, and want you guys to know that, you know, as Native Americans, we teach our children young. We start them out as tiny tots, as babies. We dance them into this circle and introduce them to dancing, and as they go along, we encourage them. And everything that you see, the outfits, you know, the beadwork and all of that stuff is made from family members, you know, uncles, aunts, you know, grandmas, grandpas, and stuff. Each individual piece is created with love from each one of our family members and given to the dancer as they go along through life. Or they may be given it as a sign of friendship on the powwow trail while we're traveling around the country. Our songs, the songs that our singers and our drummers sing, those are passed down from generation to generation. They're family songs, and sometimes Shiloh and Betna and, you know, my other brothers, they all compose their own music as they go along. But you know, that's just how we are as Native Americans, is where everything is oral tradition and it's taught on hand, and it's not just something that, you know, we watch a YouTube video and learn how to do it. I did it, but I wasn't that good of a dancer. All right, we're gonna go ahead and take it away with our first one. Men's chicken dance. Go ahead and give these guys a round of applause. Let them catch their breath. I got some water for you guys over here if you need it. But if you watch the way these guys dance, the way their chest sticks out all proud, their head held high, when you're out there watching these prairie chickens dance in the morning, that's the way they are when they're dancing out there with the sun coming up in the morning. They held their head high, their chest stick out, and they're stopping their foot and they're trying to refresh and they're dancing with that sun that comes up in the morning, you know, giving us a blessing, and that's what these guys are doing. Anything else? You guys ready? We'll go ahead and get started with the second song for these guys, for these boys, for these men. You gotta forgive the short songs because we're trying to make this into a half hour, and then on top of that, due to the pandemic, a lot of our people weren't allowed to travel and hold powwows, and a lot of our dancers are just now getting back into it with everything opening back up. All right, give these guys a round of applause. Good dancing, boys. And then what we're gonna do is we're gonna go into our oldest form of dance, our women's traditional. We're gonna bring out Emberly Fredericks, Alyssa Seahair, and Charlotte Harris to showcase our women's traditional. The way things were, and from the oral stories that I've heard about what, you know, how things went, is the way we signify that this is a celebration of life, celebration of success, and things like that. So at times, along, you know, back in the day, we used to come out when our hunting parties or our war parties came home. We celebrated for them for coming home safely, you know, and for honoring those that we had lost out there, and things, and for honoring and being thankful for our gathering, our hunting expedition, or, you know, whatever our endeavor was at the time. So we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna start with Emberly, Charlotte, and Alyssa. these ladies a round of applause and go ahead and just let them catch their breath. Like I said, you know, our dancers are just getting accustomed to getting back into the dancing life, so we'll let them catch their breath. Charlotte should have been in shape. She can dance 6 songs in a row. You know, she's a young buck and she's a trader, so. But, you know, if you watch the way these ladies dance, you know, we honor our women because our women are life givers. They're the ones that bring us into the world. And that drum beat that you hear, you know, that signifies the heartbeat inside of a woman while you're developing in the womb. And you watch how gracefully these ladies move across the dance floor, how they dance, and they're, you know, it's our oldest style dance, their traditional dance. There's nothing fancy about it. There's no special move or anything like that. It's just everything is just pretty much them moving gracefully and gliding gracefully across the dance floor, dance arena throughout Powell country and gracing us with their presence. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to get started. As you see Toa moving across the camera, he's going to go sit at the drum. A lot of our youth or a lot of our people that are involved in the powwow circuit, they're just not one-dimensional. We dance, we sing, you know, we help out in a various amount of ways. So we're going to go ahead and get started with what we call our round dance for our ladies. Let's give these ladies a round of applause. So according to our time limit, we have 8 minutes left. So we're going to go ahead and are going to go into our men's fancy, Joel Harris. The way, from what I was told in the stories that I've heard about our fancy dancers, these were our messengers before horses. These guys were our fastest guys. They were the runners. They were the guys that moved. The fancy kind of developed in the late 60s, 70s. It came into light and became a little bit more popular. You see the two bustles, you see the bright colored ribbons and everything. Well, these guys got some special moves. They move pretty fast and pretty well. So we're going to go ahead and get started. Joel's going to be our men's fancy. Leilani, you can ask. Grant, and we'll get the second song started here. Like I said, these guys were our messengers. These guys, their dance style is a little faster than what you normally see with our traditional dancers. And so, you know, they're out there, they're moving, they're shaking, and they're doing cartwheels, they're doing all these fancy moves, something that if I was to attempt, I'd probably pull a muscle. They'll end up calling the ambulance for me, you know, needing some oxygen. You ready? You guys ready? Huh? Do we? Woman's fancy and jingle, yeah. Okay. We'll go ahead and we'll call out our woman's fancy. Due to time constraints, we're gonna have to shorten this last part of it, so we thought we had a little bit more time. So today we're gonna have Randy Jo Bell performing her woman's fancy, like I said, a little bit fancier, moves a little bit faster. Whenever you're ready. Let's give her a round of applause. We're going to go ahead and call out our next dancer, our women's jingle dress dancer, Neilani Bell, our 2021 Northern Rampole Powwow Princess. She'll showcase her dance style, which is called jingle dress. And it was originated up in the north, which would they called it the medicine dance. Each one of them jingles on her dress represents, you know, a healing for every day of the year. You know, it's a special dance that they perform for those that are sick, for the elderly, and those that, you know, away from home and needing that support and those prayers. So we'll go ahead and get ready to start whenever you're ready. Every one of our dancers and singers a round of applause. A job well done, people. I appreciate you guys the opportunity you gave us to perform for you guys live, and I hope you enjoyed the performance. And this is Tommy Gardner. We're done now. Good job, guys. We're good. These guys just want to dance one more intertribal for our own sake. If you guys want to sing one.
Good afternoon, this is Marlon. Can you guys hear me?
We can hear you. We're having a technical difficulty. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, just let me know when you want me to do the prayer. Thank you.
Thank you. 1 minute. We'll let you know. Thank you. Okay, Marlon, you can go ahead.
Good afternoon. Nito Marlon Spoon Hunter. Very honored to offer the prayer for today's event, which is exciting for all the participants that made the final six. I want to wish all of them good luck. They've already done well to make it this far. I want to thank everybody that was involved. I'll offer my prayer. Why nanan and neka batan. Ho chanya hatu na pay at baicha hati nakai why no the besi ben hanat ba. The besi be here. Nanan and abaan he need to. Snita tahtawa ye to town and her beat out and ten need. Hinayatane not naha so bahisa. Hinayatane not naha so be chanya hatu nea. Tayana ne seha. Neathe he no startup challenge. Chanya be a chika the beset nata ni tibity no ne thought not. Why in the nan and neck of batten. Chanya hatu nea no hinan eaten to be nothing new behind the base at Tanatha pair kakuni. Sneak tibity no Hinana ni needs to walk ni te want ho what. Why in the nan and neck of batten. Chanya hatu nea no ni nan and kahutha he one hat. Why in an echo button had an entire bit of bicosity. Johnny and Bear, Chicathea, no had tissity. Why in an echo button? I had the dog. Why? Now, so. Oh, okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Marlon.
Yeah,
And
thank you.
thank you to all the dancers who opened the 2021 Wind River Startup Challenge Pitch Day. And welcome to all of you who are joining us today. I'm Megan Curley, Business Counselor with Impact 307. Today is the culmination of months of hard work put in by each of the 6 teams presenting their business ideas and models. Each of their ideas and models today. And now, along the way, there have been technological hurdles, personal challenges, and of course, the pandemic, which has affected us all. Through it all, the finalists presenting today have attended workshops, worked to validate their premises to determine the desirability, feasibility, and viability of their respective companies, and had countless meetings with business counselors to hone their business models. No matter the financial outcomes today, each of these teams are here because of their ideas, their passion, and their hard work, and they have each earned their place in these finals. A lot of people have come together to make the Wind River Startup Challenge happen. It has been built as a collaboration between the NSF-funded Wyoming EPSCoR program at the University of Wyoming, the Wind River Reservation's 2 sovereign nations, the Eastern Shoshone and Northern Arapaho tribes, the University of Wyoming's Office of Research and Economic Development, including Impact 307, and the Wyoming Small Business Development Center Network, and Central Wyoming College. This year's challenge is made possible by funding from the National Science Foundation, who has a mission of providing opportunities for broader impacts within their programs. But mainly, this program has been made possible by the tremendous efforts of the teams involved, from all the teams that submitted proposals in the fall to these finalists you'll hear today. We're also very fortunate to have a great panel of judges with us. Our first judge is Jim Drever, the Wyoming Small Business Development Center's Regional Director for Albany and Laramie counties. Another of today's judges is Cy Lee, who has served both as the Chief Financial Officer for the Northern Arapaho Tribe and as the Executive Director for the Wind River Development Fund, and is now Tribal Liaison to the Office of Governor Gordon for the Northern Arapaho Tribe. Our next judge, Evan Brand, is the founder and chairman of Handle Information Technologies, the developer of RightTrack, a leading government software platform for Native American tribes, as well as an adjunct professor for the University of Wyoming's College of Business. Also joining us is Chris Von Holtum, who has been part of the Fremont County business community for almost a decade and is the president of Central Bank and Trust. And we have Fred Schmeckel, Assistant Director with Impact 307, who brings with him over 10 years of experience in supporting Wyoming entrepreneurs. Many factors will go into the judges' decisions today, and ultimately all funding decisions are up to them. These seed funds are not prizes, and there's no first, second, or third place. Rather, the funds that some of these businesses will be awarded today are working capital to propel their business forward, and the judges have it upon them to decide how best to apply the available funds. These decisions are never easy, and we are very grateful to the panel of judges for taking their Saturday afternoons to make these judgments. I would also like to thank the Wind River Startup Challenge business counselors and team, Bruce Morse from the Wyoming Small Business Development Center, Kyle Trumbull from Central Wyoming College, Latera LeBeau with Kristen's Designs and Reds Recon, Krista Valentino from Coalition Wild and Current Consulting, Natalie Lucas from Impact 307, Cora Lanebear from Central Wyoming College and the Wind River Development Fund, and Dr. Teresa Spoonhunter from Central Wyoming College. I also want to thank all my colleagues from Impact 307 for their behind-the-scenes work and support throughout this program. I've had the privilege to work with the teams presenting here today and really want to recognize their hard work and dedication one more time before we start. And now, if you all can hold tight, we'll be back shortly with our first pitch.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome. Hi, my name is Eustace Day of the Eastern Shoshone Tribe.
And now for the first presentation today, we have Eustace Day with Native FX Art and Designs.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome. Hi, my name is Eustace Day of the Eastern Shoshone Tribe on the Wind River Reservation. I'm the founder and CEO of Native Effects Art and Design. Native Effects is an art established business that helps you to grow and be seen through visual art and design. Native Effects has developed and established a good foundation and relations within the art community. Native Effects Art and Designs, bringing your vision and voice to life and life to visions. Now let's begin. Next slide, please. The market for Native American art is huge. Unfortunately, almost all the Native American art that you see on apparel and other media platforms that you find online or in stores features fake Native American art. The problem is cultural appropriation of Native American art and apparel. Issues began to arise as I researched the Native American art market. I'd walk into a store and be online and see Native art that is not connected to a Native American artist. To me, that presents a huge problem as an artist. Another problem is the lack of unique Native designs, along with the typical methods lack liability and timeliness, like the blue screen printed shirt seen here that lacks durability. Next slide, please. Here are some of the products and services Native Effects offers. We do custom airbrushing on all types of media. We paint large and small signs for businesses or individuals. We build and customize crosses as well. We do personal visual art. We also create large and small murals and logos like the one seen here created for the MMIW. Next slide, please. Our main solution to the problem is by creating t-shirts, hoodies, and other apparel gives Native Effects a chance to speak out through art and design. Also, we work with customers who want non-Native work as well. Another solution is the opportunity for unique, affordable, and durable visual art and design, or even expansions for other businesses or organizations like the Buffalo design that Native Effects created for Lynette Grable, who was campaigning for the House of Representatives this year. Next slide, please. And here we have some designs currently available at the Wind River Trading Company in Furwashki. What sets Native Effects apart is the unique combination of the vinyl and airbrush application. This technique allows for a fast turnaround time for on-demand orders. Next slide, please. Some of my customers are individuals who come to Wyoming and pass through the reservation from all over the world and stop at the local Wind River Trading Company. The other customers are the sports teams from surrounding schools on and off the reservation, and the 500 churches that are in Fremont County that are potential customers, along with many storefronts and vendors. Next slide, please. Is there a market for art and design? Yes, there is. All over the media, around the world, campaigns, marches, and demonstrations, individuals are voicing their words to t-shirt, hats, and other apparel. We have local storefronts like the Wind River Trading Company with sales of 30,000 shirts per year. We have Kinnear Store along with other potential businesses. And on the web, the market is even greater with thousands upon thousands of shirts sold each year. The market for sports teams with over 20 middle schools and high school teams, also 20 intramural teams, youth and adult. For the churches in Fremont County, over 5,000 people go to church, with the highest number in Catholic, Episcopal, and Methodist churches. Next slide. Competition will always be there. Whether it be Tees for Plea out of Riverton, Shirts and More in Lander, or Black Mountain Embroidery and screen printing here on the reservation, as well as the global market and other Native American businesses that are on the web, such as Hustle Tribe, Natives, 8th Generation, and also all the knockoffs. Next slide, please. How do you know if it's authentic? Here's mine. Native Effects will be the brand and tag every piece of apparel with neck labels, hang tags, and business cards with its logo. Another strategy is the launch of Native Effects website with videos that will showcase designs. We will use social media such as Facebook, Instagram to establish a following, like the Natives with 112,000 followers, Hustle Tribe with 8,000 followers, Unity Apparel with 3,000 followers. Also the use of local outlets in the future, like the radio, newspaper, or County 10. The word of mouth that has been a big impact for Native Effects. Next slide, please. Some of the channels for Native Effects is the Wind River and other Wind River Bears. We have local powwows, the All Nation powwow with 7,000 people that attend. Denver March powwow that has 100 tribes attend. Also, we have the web sales. We have the school boards, superintendents, and principals. And we, of course, we have the big event that is the RES 2021, the Reservation Economic Summit. It is a good opportunity for Native Effects to source with 4,000 attendees. It's the largest Native American trade show. Another way for sales is through pop-ups, where we come to different locations to sell this unique brand. Next slide, please. As you see in this slide, the huge increase for t-shirts and signs. This is why Native Effects focuses on t-shirt apparel, the t-shirt apparel market. In order to scale up business, we will need a full-time employee to take orders, inventory, and manage the website. Also, 2 part-time employees to do the labor, such as prep and press t-shirts, stock supplies, and other jobs. This will free up time and give me the ability to focus and create new designs and time for the sign market as well. Next slide, please. As you can see here, Native Effects will continue to grow. These projections are 2 years in the future, with year 1 at 300,000 and will grow to 400,000 in business. We are growing by 20% based on the shirt sales, and the market is growing at 10% a year and will reach $7 billion by 2027. There's the dip in the details of equipment. And next slide, please. The time and so Native Effects. In 1990, the first shirt was created. In November of 2020, we entered the Wind River Startup Challenge. November 2020, first big order with own design and application on 30 jackets. In April 2021, first TV interview for the launch of Effects storefront at the Wind River Trading Post. May 2021, the final pitch day. In June 2021, the launch of Native Effects' website. Next slide, please. Native Effects wants to thank you for your time and this great opportunity. Native Effects Art and Design, bringing your visions and voice to life and life to visions. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you, Eustace. We'll go ahead and start with Jim for questions.
There we go. Thank you. Yeah, first question I had just, I think I caught that right. Did I hear that the Wind River Trading Company sells 30,000 shirts a year? Is that correct?
Yeah. Yes.
That's incredible.
Yeah, they get a lot of tourists. It's like a tourist route, and so they pass by if they're either going to the Tetons, wherever it may be. And so you get a lot of people from all around the world and that stop in from Australia, wherever it may be, and they generate like tourist season, and they generate like crazy. A lot of the shirts that I have there right now are pretty much, I called them yesterday, and they want me to do some inventory because that's where my designs are located, and they've been selling like hotcakes.
Yeah. Have you looked at other retailers around, the region? I'm thinking, the sort of path to Yellowstone and Jackson, thinking like, of course, Lander, you kind of touched on that, in that area, but I was thinking, Rollins, Rock Springs. Have you looked that direction yet?
Yeah, we're sourcing. I'm in the process of sourcing that, especially when I get my website launched. After the startup challenge, because I don't want to get caught up with a whole bunch of orders. But yes, I'm into doing that and sourcing outside of the reservation. And that's another big focus, is getting this unique art out, to the world, basically. And, it's through my sourcing. And so seeing what other vendors are doing that are Native American owned.
So another, I'm going to look at the question on financials, and, it sounds like you could use the money to build up inventory, but also you said, hiring somebody to take care of the sales, fulfillment, the website, and then also a couple part-timers to help with production. What sort of what sort of financial gap do you anticipate as far as needing to cover their wages until sales and really profits pick up to be able to fill that gap? Basically, kind of what are you looking that we could try and fulfill on our part today?
Basically, I kind of have like a set price, for a employment for a full-time employee as well as the 2 part-time. And that's just not at the moment. When you start out, you could take whatever you could get, and majority of it is going to be for them to help them get established and help build Native Effects. And so, I say that anything would help. And even taking my profits that I do get and generate, I'll even take it out of my own pocket, which I've been doing in the past too, and recently getting a few workers and just paying them here enough so I can focus on other jobs at hand in the apparel market. So I hope I answered that.
Yeah, I just have one comment, then I'll pass it on to Evan. In combating knockoffs, think about copyright for your designs, and then pass it on to Evan.
Yeah, I hear you. I get that all the time. So I'm aware of it. And like I said, that's why I create my own designs. So I don't have to worry about that. And I have it, you can't get copyright.
Well, thank you for a great presentation. I really admire what you're doing. One of the things that struck me was that you said there's a lot of Native art that is not tied to Native Americans. And I was curious, are you planning to primarily use Northern Arapaho designs and influences in your art to be unique, to set you apart from everyone else?
I'm going to use not just Arapaho, but Shoshone, that's my tribal affiliation. And so what I would do would to get their permission to speak to other Arapaho members that are elders to see, because certain tribes are more particular about their designs and letting them be branched out. I just talked to a lady at Arapaho School, and she has someone that sources designs artwork for their tribe that have been doing it, but they're particular about letting certain designs getting up there are replicated. So they're really touchy on that. But as far as my own creations and utilizing some of the designs that was brought to me, that I will continue to embellish on them and talk to other members to see if it's okay.
Great. And then only one other question on the manufacturing. I don't know if you said this already. Do you have a facility already allocated to do your manufacturing where all your equipment will be?
Right now, yes, here is in home. I have an in-home establishment, and in the future I do intend and was asking for these funds to help start and establish the skill building where I can grow and maybe even in the future establish employment for other Native Americans here on the reservation. And I do outsource for such things as a shirt. That's one of the main things is shirts, and so I do outsource locally as well as online.
Right. Great. Well, thank you. Good job.
Thank you.
I'll pass it on to Sai.
My apologies there. Is this little lost in my windows here going from yeah, I did have a question about sourcing your shirts when it comes to volume. Do you have an idea of how to get who you can partner with to maybe get better pricing so you can get volumes and different cuts of shirts? So for instance, like a V-neck or a tank top or something like that. Have you thought about that?
Yes, I think about that continuously. One of my outsources where I reach people or reach the outlet is to All Day Shirts is one of them. And once I get my LLC established after the startup challenge, you get that permit for reselling, and you could actually, once they have identified that you are a legitimate business, and they will give you a different pricing besides a retail price. They'll give you a wholesale price, which is greater and lesser. And I already have companies that I'm starting and branching out and linking up with to establish and get those shirts at a lower price. And it's so I've been looking into that quite a bit.
Okay, thanks. Appreciate that. That's all I have.
Yeah.
Hi, Eustace. This is Chris. It's a great presentation to start. I noticed at the end in the timeline, you spoke a little bit about a website to launch in June of 2021. Can you tell me a little bit more about that and your online marketing strategy going forward?
Yes. The website has already been made, and we're just waiting to hit the button and launch that thing. And we've been talking about it. I have another partner, which is my daughter, and she's been doing a lot of the work part in that area, and about getting the advertising and out branching to focus and getting people to go to the website. And so we are planning to launch it and do videos of how each design is created, which I think would be unique and to see a unique design come to life. And I think as I source to these other ventures that I have in my to get the word out, and just do the labeling and have the website on the labels as well. Or you go to the website, it'll just have like basically on the labels, www.nativefx.com, whatever. And that's in the making too, in the process. I've been putting a lot of time into this, to the startup challenge, as well as doing what I'm doing now. So I do basically like do what I'm doing with the Instagram thing and wherever the followers I may get, and just keep on elevating to my sources, and just putting that website on each thing, and just have recognizable, not just in sales, but as building a following on base of Instagram, because a lot of them you could do a lot of visual, and so when they see that, I just want to keep that going and processing and building upon itself each and every time, and using that with all the sourcing, with word of mouth, whatever and whoever I may encounter, other businesses. I talked with the CEO of Hustle Tribe, and he's based out of Minneapolis, I believe. And I got a lot of information from him. He had like 9,000 some followers, maybe even more. And he's pretty well known, and I was asking how he generates, followers. But, he has his ways of do his music, and there's other ways where I believe I could outsource to get people to start following me, not just on Instagram, but all media platforms, to get them to, post the website or to share the website. Hope I explained that well.
Yeah, no, that was exactly what I was looking for. That was the only question I had.
Okay.
Hi, Eustace. Thanks for a great presentation. That was really kind of fun to watch. I love that you are already selling stuff. Talk to me a little bit about your 30 jacket order. Most specifically, I want to know what you would do differently next time.
Oh, okay. Oh, my 30. Oh, it was brought to me. It was around Christmas time, and they came up to me and surprised me. They're like, Eustace, I would like you to do 30 jackets for me, for my family for Christmas. Can you design a logo for it, or design something for the ranch? And if you could put it on a jacket, is how it started. And I said, sure, I could do it. And I done this application with vinyl only. So I had to get the right kind of vinyl. And so the process of it was pretty tedious because with vinyl, you got to weed out the design, where you have the cutter that would cut your design out, and you have to go through, it's like one of those picks that the dentists use, and you take off all that. It's called weeding. And then you got to applicate it with your heat press. And you got to exactly know what the temperature is, because certain fabrics like polyester, cotton, each one has its particular setting, and certain fabrics you cannot do that to. You got to do it at a lower pressure. And it was pretty unique, and I wanted it to stay on. I didn't want to like fall off. You want durable quality, apparel. And because, people, word gets around and they say, no, don't go to him. It's not going to be good for you or your business. So I made sure everything was good. If I was to do anything different, I would invest in a better quality heat press. That's another issue. And when you're starting out, you use what you have. You use what your investment may be into the product, your sacrifices of taking your month's rent to go buy something. But in order to accommodate people's orders, I'll do into whatever it needs to get the job done. So it's not just affecting that, but my personal income as well. But it's already paid off 10 times fold already. So, that's what I do, to have better equipment, and having another extra employee would help a lot.
Great. And then I want to learn a little bit more about your network of artists that you're working with. How many artists are you working with, and how do you grow more?
I'd source out more to the big companies, or the big native businesses that I mentioned, like Hustle Tribe, Natives, 8th Generation, and I source out, and I know I put them down as my competition, but also we could also partner up, and and they could be another source of revenue where I can get more followers and develop a relationship with them. And basically what I would do would just stay in contact with them. And so, yeah, I would like to outsource more to, I guess. But yeah, the thing is what I'm doing is unique because no one's really doing, the type of thing I'm doing, like the vinyl and airbrushing and combining them two, because it is a fast turnaround time. There's times where people come to me because they go to a screen printer, which will take a long time, and they have to price everything for each screen and whatnot. So it does have a good turnaround time. So I think that even sets me off and apart from other Native American apparels that are out there. And I just use their strategies if they're able to share with me, and how they go about businesses, because that's what makes them successful.
Well, thank you, Eustace, and for that, and for answering all the questions. And we will be back shortly with our next pitch. And next up, we have Chef Leslie Spoonhunter with Goose's Kitchen.
You guys see my camera?
We don't see your pitch deck or your face, either one right now.
Let me. How about now?
Can you put it in presentation mode? Okay, you're good.
We good?
Yep, I can't see your face, but I can see your presentation.
You can't see my face. That's horrible. Sorry about that.
It's okay.
I have the option to put on my video on the, oh, here we go. There, it'll pop back up. All right. Hi, everybody. Good afternoon. My name is Leslie Spoonhunter. I am now Chef Leslie Spoonhunter. I should rename myself. But I just wanted to thank you guys for allowing me to be a part of this awesome and great competition for the Wind River Reservation and the fellow entrepreneur competitors this evening. So my pitch today is Goose's Kitchen, which is a featured food truck here on the Wind River Reservation, bringing local and indigenous foods to the table. So the first problem I see in our community in Arapahoe, where I live at, is right here. You'll see Arapahoe, and then nearby is Red Willow, and then Riverton is further away. So there isn't really a place to eat or get food for, for lunchtime. We have quite a few community offices in Great Plains, Arapahoe area, and they have to go to town. It takes 45 minutes to get a meal and come back and be on time back to work. So I really want to push to be in that area to help them have some different options, healthy options, and of course, our indigenous foods. The second problem is I see a strong need for food sovereignty for our people in our community. There's a lot of research going on about how it keeps our people healthy and safe, and it's kind of promoting healthy eating and fighting against obesity and diabetes, which is hurtful in our Native people. Right here, you'll see some of our food that we consume is Indian corn. It's on a lot of Native plates for different dinners of sorts. This is my son cutting up an elk backstrap, and that's gonna go in that went in the freezer. And these are my two sons actually harvesting choke cherries last fall. And I apologize, I didn't let you guys know about the graphic content in this slide and the next slide. So just be prepared. It's just people cutting up our, our wild game. So these are some more pictures that I wanted to include in my presentation because I really am a person that's wanting to preserve our food sovereignty. This is my son and some teachers and other students of our Raffles School cutting up a buffalo last year or 2 years ago in Yellowstone, as we were able to go on a wild buffalo hunt and bring back the meat of 2 buffaloes to our community. And the people who were on the wild buffalo hunt was able to bring that meat home to our freezers. So we are definitely learning that, and we're instilling it in our kids right now, especially in my home. There's another picture of them taking the meat back to the vehicles, and then my son's fishing in the back country of the Wind River Mountains. So I really want to promote food sovereignty and sustainability. And those are options I want to have on my food truck, which is wild game, elk, deer, fish, buffalo. So these are some of the things that I have produced. As a chef, it's short cherry gravy. It's another essential in our native food. And then eating wild buffalo and some asparagus. It's going to promote healthy eating. Buffalo is a little more lean meat, so it goes back to our ancestors. And this is just like the buffalo cuts, what you can use off the buffalo to consume. So there's a lack of quality and local indigenous prepared foods in our community, in our area. People are always asking for choke cherry gravy. You're asking for buffalo stew, anything that takes us back to the old ways. So that's what my take on my food truck is. A solution could be a local food truck providing indigenous and healthy foods options in the community with a rotating menu. A food truck will later focus on a small family restaurant based on Wind River Reservation. And then my vision is to have a local homegrown indigenous foods on the plates. And I'd like to later on create employment and apprenticeships in the culinary fields as we move forward. My competition in the area consists of 11 food trucks currently in Wind River Reservation and the surrounding communities. There's 21 other restaurants in the city of Riverton, and that's what I went with because I'm closer to Riverton than Lander. But there are several different other options in Lander as well. It's a 30-minute drive to Lander. What offsets me from the rest? I can provide unique food options, which I know people are looking for right now. They're just looking for the next best thing. I'll be a convenience to my Arapaho community where they can come and grab a bite to eat off a healthy menu option or like a daily special. I'm going to be able to be at their convenience and mobile to the needs of others in the surrounding areas as we travel to events. My foreseen customers will be the elders, young and older adults, families, teens, tourists, event goers, and visitors who come through our reservation to, we're the gateway to Yellowstone and Jackson Hole, Wyoming. We have a lot of visitors and tourists, mainly in the springtime. So I plan to be able to meet their needs and maybe get promoted as they come through our beautiful piece of land to get some indigenous foods. My market, we did a local census recently. However, we don't have those numbers. We couldn't find the numbers, but they're there somewhere. So we use the 2019 numbers of the U.S. Census, which consists of 39,261 members of Fremont County and the Wind River Reservation. Tourist season, I know it's projected to rise this summer, so I have that going for me. Event goers, we had a local soccer event happening last month in April, and that brought 1,000 people, 1,000 visitors to the area, and they were looking for food. There was only one food truck at the event, so it was hard for them to get food and get back with all the pandemic went around and whatnot, and then long lines at the fast food places and just a long wait at the local mom and pop restaurants. So I really want to be visible, and I want to be mobile to people where they can reach me and have some terrific Native American cuisine. My marketing strategy would be social media, Facebook and Instagram, word of mouth. My business is already getting out there. I already have a catering job tomorrow, actually. My first catering job with Goose's Creek, or Goose's Kitchen. I used to live in Goose's Creek, so that's going to be quite crazy to separate. But yeah, so the word of mouth is definitely working for me right now. Social media is ongoing as well, and I'm just getting my name out there. I have a lot of local people that really want to try my food, so I'm excited for that. Definitely going to work on some signage, maybe a tent or a canopy, and some flags to get my business up and going and have people be able to be visible to people. Sales and channel strategy. My possible partnerships, I already talked to Grow Your Own. It's a community partnership for a community-based garden, and they're helping families start gardens throughout the year. I think we have at least 150 and counting gardens on the reservation in the surrounding community. So I would definitely, like in the future, get with them so I can provide local produce on my food truck. Whenever Food Sovereignty Project is there ongoing as well. Not sure what they're doing, but it'd be a good spot to get into to promote the food sovereignty with my food truck.
Leslie, you have about 2 minutes left.
Thank you. Cowboy Cuts and Frank's Butcher Shop are the local meat producers I want to be able to get in touch with and provide the local meat here. Whenever farmers markets and other farmers markets, and I want to sell local coffee as well. So definitely going to work on those options to network with, and they're all excited for what I'm doing. My food sales and weekend events, summer events are the process of my revenue right now. We have quite a few options coming up this summer with the pandemic starting to blow over. So local community events, the Northern Arapaho Tribal Rodeo, INFR qualifying rodeo is coming up in June. So I want to try to be visible at that event to provide some food there. And this is an option I had on my menu last month for selling food. My cash flow and profit loss, you can see at the end of year 3, my projected cash flow would be about $350,000. I'm not really good with numbers. I'm learning a lot with this. I just wanted to appreciate this time to be able to look at numbers and start processing them. But this is what I came up with late nights and Excel spreadsheets. So that's what I have. My timeline scope of work is stated there. In 6 to 12 months, I hope to open a food truck, if not sooner. Right now, I like to start with a table and a grill, get some events going, get my name out there. Later on, I like to open a brick and mortar system and start selling food in the actual restaurant. I really want to take this time to thank you all for this great opportunity to be involved with Wind River Startup Program. I'm ready to serve my community or reservation, our people. Thank you, Chef Leslie.
Thanks, Leslie. For the questions, Evan, we'll start with you.
Well, thank you so much, Leslie. Great job. You made me hungry, and it's just not even close to dinner yet.
That's the plan.
Yeah. I thought you did a great job on your market research. You answered a lot of the questions that I had initially. with that. Also, good luck on your first job tomorrow. That's super exciting.
Thank you.
A couple of quick questions. So you mentioned that there are 11 other food trucks on the reservation. Do any of them cater indigenous produced food at this point?
They do not. It's mainly like wing it chicken. There's a taco truck. There's a burrito and tamale truck, I believe.
So
There's
you
like a
will
Philly
really stand
cheesesteak.
out. You will
I
really
would
stand
stand
out.
out.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
I love niche markets. That's what I always did with my business, and I think that's the best way to success is, do something unique and find your niche. So great job on that.
Thank you.
I was a little unclear on the availability of the raw material because I saw you mentioning, hunting, fishing, harvesting produce, but then you also mentioned your partners. So how much of your raw materials will come from your partners versus what you harvest yourself?
Well, that's the thing. We have to make sure it's, with law and order code on the reservation that we can sell like buffalo and elk and deer on a food truck. So those are some logistics I'll have to figure out. But there are places I can get buffalo and elk, like Food Services America. There is actually a culinary program coming up in CWC, and they are going to be able to process buffalo.
Wow.
Here in the local area. So that's big for me.
Right. That's exciting. And then one last question. It's just a yes/no question. On your spreadsheet that I see, is year one this year? Is that 2021? And it says year one. Okay.
Yes.
Perfect.
I wanted to use real numbers to start out with, so I kind of know what I'm doing, because it was a process for me to do the Excel, and like the numbers just, they frighten me. So I'm like, we'll start from day one. April was my first selling date. So yeah.
Great.
Thank
you. On to Sai.
Thank you.
Leslie, thanks for your presentation. It was great. And I just, I had a question about your training. You yourself, you are trained, is that correct?
I am. I just finished culinary school last June. I am a chef now. And then I just finished my second degree. I have 2 degrees now. I have a business degree as well. I graduated from Auguste Escoffier School of Culinary Arts this past April with 2 degrees. So yeah, I'm well on my way.
Great, that's great. Congratulations. Also, to Evan's point, it seems like your potential for growth and sourcing locally is dependent upon the local program efforts from Grow Our Own and the Food Sovereignty Project. Depending on their growth, you do have other opportunities to source the same product. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
So that's probably like long-term goals. I know, our farm producing as far as gardening are in the local area. It's kind of slow and we have a limited amount. So I'm definitely going to work with like Food Service of America and local growers from Denver, Colorado area. I found a website like I can get fresh produce here too, semi-local.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
That would be it. Those were the questions I had. Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
Hi, Leslie. This is Chris. I'd noticed your ask was for $10,000 rather than something more that might purchase a full food truck. Could you speak to your plans to scale the business from catering to a full-blown restaurant?
Yes. Well, first, I thought $10,000 would be, I was looking at food trucks and they're like, a brand new one, even a used one would be like between $30,000 and $50,000, and they get up from there. They're beautiful. It's like, I would love to have one of those nice ones, but if I needed to use the 10 grand, I thought I would be able to use a lien to ask for a loan with the maybe Blue Mountain here in the Winter Reservation. Also, I know the funds were limited for $30,000, and I know that wasn't going to be something I would like win altogether, right? Supposedly. So it would cost about $100,000 to even start up a small restaurant here in the local community. And with the pandemic last year, I just thought it would be best right now to stick with a food truck and then move forward slowly with the catering and eating or serving food Monday through Friday in Arapahoe and the surrounding community.
Okay, thank you. That was my only question.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, Leslie. Great job. I will echo Evan's comments in that I am very hungry at the moment. So I'm disappointed we're doing this virtually and you haven't tried to bribe the judges with.
Well, that was my plan in the beginning. I was hoping we would meet live because I was going to bring some food.
Yeah. So if you're doing a trailer or a truck, how far of a range? I mean, could you make it to Jackson and to Pinedale and to Thermopolis and do events there as well? And have you looked into how many events there might be and found some ones that you might want to go to?
I actually have a couple of friends in Jackson, and they're more than eager right now to get me up there this summer. They said there's so many events going on. I don't know of them right now, but here locally, I know there's events in Thermopolis pretty soon. Shoshone asked me to be a vendor next month, even just to set up a table with a couple of their things going on. A lot of people have been reaching out to me just in the area, but definitely going to be looking at spreading my wings with Goose's Kitchen. No pun intended.
I think there is a wing shortage at the moment from everything we're hearing down here. So one question that I have is how many employees do you think you're going to have in a year?
Well, I was thinking like this year I would start with one, maybe in the summertime when it's kind of going to be busy, and then progressing, I would, need another person come April into the fall time, and then winters here are horrible, so we can't figure out if we're going to be open one day from another. So within 1 to 2 employees in the next 2 years, and then progressing, 3 to 5 years.
Okay. And are you operating under the Wyoming Food Freedom Act, or are you actually getting licensed and certified by health inspectors and all of that?
I will be getting licensed with health inspectors in the local area.
Perfect. If that's the case, have you thought about doing like these lunch deliveries and reaching out to large workplaces in the area and trying to do a special lunch treat with any of them, and so you can sell 100 lunches at once rather than 4 lunches when a family pulls up?
Yeah, they people are even asking if I can sell lunch daily to like the Windover Family Health Center in Arapahoe, and they have another clinic in Riverton. So definitely that's being thought about. I don't have money to pay another employee, so it's just me right now, but definitely in the works.
Wonderful. Wonderful. All right. Well, with that, I will hand it off to Jim.
Thank you. Ho-ho.
Thanks again.
All right. Thank you. Yeah. I like the idea. I was trying to think whether I would call it fast, slow food or slow, fast food. But one thought just as you're looking into this is what you're doing really fits into the slow food or the farm to fork trend. And with that, you can really find out who the people are who follow that. And from that, you might be able to find different locations to travel to and events to attend. I think it's great. One question I had that was kind of a curiosity is what does your pricing look like for an average sort of meal? Looked very good, by the way.
Yeah, thank you. Well, I want to keep my prices affordable for lunch, of course. So I'm thinking between $4 and $15, maybe between $4 and $12 for lunch. But if I'm going to be at events, maybe I have a meal that's going to cost like $15. So within that range.
Right. Yeah, very good. Yeah, and as you go through it, My 2 cents is just keep in mind that it is the experience as well as the food, but I think you're going to do a great job with it. Yeah, thank you.
I forgot to mention earlier that I lived in the South and traveled around the whole nation. So I'll be, like I said, preparing a rotating menu, and that's including like Southern foods. And I really want to bring that to the table because that was like my second home for about 10 years. So that will be coming to the table. So not so much healthy, but really good, like double fried pork chops and some collard greens and black eyed peas. So that's definitely coming to the table.
Fantastic. Sounds delicious.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you, Leslie and judges, and everyone. We will be back in just a minute with our next presenter.
Oh, thank you guys. I really want to bring that to the table because that was like my second home for about 10 years. So that will be coming to the table. So not so much health.
Can you hear me?
We sure can, Eugene.
Okay, well, I'm gonna need a couple minutes here. I gotta pull up my papers here.
Okay.
Okay, and are you gonna work my slides or because I don't know how to do this?
Yes. Just
Yeah, I can.
When you are ready, if you could just say next slide, please. Natalie will switch them for you.
Oh, what the hell? Okay. Let me see here. Come on. Okay, well, I guess let's get her done. I don't know, how do you put the camera on?
Your camera's on. We can see you and we can
You
see
can
your
see me?
presentation. Yep.
Okay. Well, let's see here. All right, you guys ready? Are we ready?
Yep. Go ahead and start whenever you're ready.
All right. Hello, everyone. My name is Eugene Colston. I am the owner and operator of Timber Beast Timber Products. We are a logging company based on a Wind River Indian Reservation, and what we provide as a logging company is a variety of timber products such as rough and finished lumber, to house logs, post and poles, and firewood. Also, as a logging company, we look forward to having a healthy forest with responsible forest management and land conservation. Next slide, please. And for our first problem, here is our underutilized natural renewable resources, the lumber shortages and other wood products. The ongoing pine beetle infestation and the fire danger is at an all-time high due to poor forest management. Next slide, please. Log it, graze it, or watch it burn is a saying loggers and ranchers use. And here you can see a large area with beetle kill, which can turn into a wildfire due to poor forest management. Next slide. Our problem of an unmanaged forest here on the Wind River Indian Reservation is the underutilized natural renewable resource, which is timber. We as a logging company can solve that problem by harvesting the timber, which is mainly beetle-killed pine. With harvesting this timber, we can manage the forest and the beetle infestation, as well as lowering the fire danger due to the pine beetle, which can create mass amounts of dry fuel. Without responsible management, renewable resources like a forest can lay dead and dormant. With the heavy fuel load, a wildfire can devastate a forest and wildlife. In removing that fuel, encourages new green growth and ensures a healthy forest in the future. The timber that is logged out, we can produce timber products such as lumber that can be milled into a rough or finished product, along with many other timber products that can be made with very little waste. These products then can be distributed to local building contractors, private builders, and tribal home developments. Next slide. Okay, product and services. Our products are going to consist of rough cut lumber, pine, spruce and fir, finished lumber, and lumber for housing development, house logs, and other timber products. Timber Beast, oh, next slide, sorry. And our services for forest management is cutting out all beetle kill to prevent spreading of the pine beetle infestation and reducing field buildup for potential fire dangers and the restoration of ecology for tree saplings to grow. Timber Beast can harvest all that timber into usable products such as lumber that will be milled on a sawmill into rough or finished building lumber, house logs for cabin building, post and pole, and firewood, among other forest products that can be made using the forest as a renewable resource. The lumber would help the local economic development, such as the tribal housing projects for both the Shoshone and Arapaho tribes, in which we can source from our own forest and not have to look for a much more expensive outside supplier. Get out. With the forest management side of our business, we will be able to cut all beetle killed timber as a step into being able to stop the spread of the pine beetle and to clear out all beetle infested trees from infecting a healthy forest. The clear cut areas then will be able to grow new and healthy trees to ensure a more properly managed forest. Then in turn, it can be harvested again and for the next generation to manage. Next slide. Sorry, guys. Get out, go on. Hey, come get these guys. Sorry. Our customers would be private businesses, local contractors, and tribal entities such as the Eastern Shoshone and Northern Arapaho tribal housings, private landowners, and tribal business development. For our company, the best customer for us would be the seasonal builders such as the tribal housing authorities, private builders, and local contractors that have a short building season. With spring in full swing, all entities will be purchasing lumber to start projects. Lumber prices will increase in the spring and peak around May, then eventually bottom out around October to November. As a timber company, we can provide a local supply to a local consumer that is going to be in need of building supplies. With the expensive prices on lumber and the shortage of supply that will be coming in from outside companies, we will be able to provide those products with a more affordable price. Next slide. Hey, come get these guys. Markets would be our local contractors, and 167 of them we have in Fremont County. Our tribal entities, such as the Eastern Shoshone, will build 24 new units this year, and the Northern Arapaho will build 20 new units. With a total of 167 local contractors in Fremont County that will be potential customers, having locally harvested timber to supply those local businesses and tribal entities, these local contractors and both Shoshone and Arapaho tribes can benefit from locally milled lumber by not having to purchase expensive materials from big box stores. Both tribes can build homes with the lumber that comes from our own mountains. Having these renewable resources utilized to build homes and other businesses will help solve the tribe's problems with housing for families that are needing the much needed housing and to build more businesses in our community. Next slide. Our competition is the local sawmills offering some of the same products at a limited quantity. Due to not having the inventory of logs available to do large orders of lumber, because local loggers won't have readily available saw logs on hand. The big box lumber stores would have the best advantage with a larger supply chain already established and a larger inventory of lumber to choose from and a higher price tag. Next slide.
Shody, come get these guys. Dang.
Our marketing strategy would be to send direct emails to all 167 local contractors to present my idea and the business to see if they would be interested in doing business in the future. Another strategy is to reach out by phone to set up an in-person meeting or a Zoom. Word of mouth is another way we get business from past and current customers that offer my services when approached about timber products. Social media makes a good platform for my business because everyone uses it in one way or another. And it is a good source for individuals and businesses that are looking for a lumber supply or other timber products. Next slide. Sales and channel is we will be in direct contact with the purchaser on any product that is ordered, as they can walk around our wood yard and put hands-on with any materials they see fit for their projects. Also with the details of the order, which would be the size of the order and the time frame of their project. And if a pickup is required at our site by the purchaser or a delivery to the purchaser's job site, which we offer. Next slide. Our revenue will be mostly consistent of rough and finished lumber and house logs for cabin building. Next slide. Our cash flow for our first year would be 40K and the second year 70K with a 16% net profit. And we're hoping to have a 20% in growth in that time frame. Next slide. Our timeline and scope of work would be our 1 to 3 months would be start cutting and hauling timber, and at 4 to 6 building our sawmill, which is just our sawmill site and our log yard. And at 6 to 12 months, we begin milling and building that inventory. And at 12 to 18 months, we build a warehouse to store that inventory in. And 18 to 24 months, we're going to hire additional employees as we grow as a logging company. Next slide. And to conclude my pitch, Timber Beast is here to manage and protect our forests for our future generations and to improve our community as well as create jobs. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Eugene, for your pitch. Sai, we'll start with you for questions.
All right, cool.
Thanks, Sarah. Eugene, you've got a little bit of a reputation in the community, and I got to say it's impressive to see you at this level now where you're ready to take the next step. And I can't necessarily say that I've had anything negative to say about your approach. This is something that's been in the works for a long time, coming from the housing aspect all the way to tribal leadership. So congratulations, and I am cheering for you.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate it.
What is your current customer base? Because like I said, I know you are currently serving the community. What does that current customer base look like right now?
Right now? Oh, it's customers they're just calling me left and right wanting lumber. So, and as you know, the weather here is it's not cooperating. So, but that customer base is pretty good. I mean, a lot of people like my service and the products I put out for them. So yeah, it's growing. So I don't have a bad word to say about it.
How many customers would you say, how many repeat customers would you say you have as of today?
Right now, oh man, I got like 40, 50 tops.
Current repeat customers?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then they generally pass the word on, and then somebody else is calling me. Yeah, I actually just got a message just while I was pitching. I had somebody asking for something. So yeah, it's my phone is always going off constantly.
And you currently have not done any advertising, right? It's all been word of mouth.
Well, I've put some business cards out there, put some flyers out. Eustace is actually going to be making me a sign, so hopefully I can put that up somewhere.
Okay, all right. That's all the questions I had. Thanks.
Thank you.
Hi, Eugene. This is Chris. I too have heard of your business here as a local businessman. I was wondering about the process for sourcing the lumber and any permitting that you go through there.
Well, the process for the lumber it's just right up in front of me. It's just in my backyard. It's not too far of a drive. And what was the other question?
Is there any permitting through the tribes?
Yeah, I get a lot of permitting through the BIA. I got to have a commercial license, and that's pretty much what they usually want, is just a commercial permit.
Does it cost anything, or what's the cost?
Yeah, they usually charge you by the cord, and there's different factions in that permit that you got to go through with the forester. So you're paying for what you're harvesting out of the mountains. And that money goes towards, I don't know where it goes, but I just pay the permit, so I'm legit.
Yeah, do you know what the cost is per cord?
Per cord right now is $10 a cord, but that's just in firewood. But we're working out a contract for some lumber or not a contract, but a permit for lumber, because I'm gonna be doing high volumes of logging. So that's all in the process right now.
Okay, that was my question.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Eugene. Great presentation. I can see how this could be of big impact there. They're in the center part of the state, not just on the reservation, but the entire center of the state. How long have you been doing this?
I've been on my own for about 5 years, but I've done it most of my life. I mean, I've started out as a kid splitting firewood, and I've worked my way up into machinery, and eventually I ended up in the timber.
Nice. I like that you've got a growing workforce there behind you.
Yeah.
There. That was adorable. So how do you know what kind of dimensional lumber to make? I mean, do you just make 2x4s because you feel like making 2x4s, or
we're trying to do everything from the 2x4 to the beams. We're trying to get into a lot of stuff right now, and I actually got a market in Jackson right now where we're going to be building log cabins and log cabin kits. So that's a pretty big step for me.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, I love the idea of selling to like selling kits and stuff like that, because it sounds like there's kind of a prepackaged thing. Somebody else is probably doing that selling. You're just providing the lumber. Are there other plays like that? Like, could you sell to any of the local lumber yards? Like,
that's what I was trying to work with a lot of these lumber stores here, is if they would take some of my lumber, and I'm trying to actually get into where my stuff is certified and stamped, and it's actually grade building lumber, So I'm trying to do the research on that so I could actually be a source for the local stores here.
Okay, perfect. I love it. I'm going to say thank you, and I'm going to pass you off to Jim.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. Yeah, so I've got some familiarity with the industry. One of the things I worry about is, do you have adequate supplies, or would you need to look towards National Forest timber sales? Or
we got our own forest here, so
nice.
that's what I'm trying to do is manage our forests because they're in pretty bad shape here.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of beetle kill. So we're trying to utilize all this while managing the forest.
That beetle kill still looks beautiful when it's
Yeah.
varnished up. One
Mhm.
sort of thought to keep looking at is the custom cuts for those beams. That's really hard to come by, and if that's
Yeah.
something you can provide, that's excellent. I had questions about customers, but yeah, through other questions, that's pretty much handled.
Thank you.
One thing for the certification, one you might look at doing a kiln to get that certification stamp.
Yeah, that's what we all got going right now is
Perfect.
we're building to a kiln. So
Perfect.
Yep.
Yeah, outside of that, yeah, it looks great. I don't have questions. It's exciting.
Right on. Thank you.
Thanks, Eugene. Great job. You know, like Jim, I have a little experience with beetle killed pine. I have about 100 acres of it that I've been clearing out for the last 10 years. And I think you kind of already answered this question, being the last judge to ask. I think everything else I was going to ask, you've answered. But as far as beetle kill, I mean, at some point, you know, they say they come about every 100 years, a big epidemic, and at some
Mhm.
point, do you think you're going to run out and may have to source some different type of, you know, non-beetle killed pine?
No, I think we got plenty here in our mountain ranges. We got 2 mountain ranges, so
Yeah.
there's another mountain range at least like 30 miles from me right now, and the other one's maybe the base of the mountain's like 5 miles.
Yeah.
So yeah, there's plenty of source here, and I don't think we'll ever run out.
And when I go into the Wind Rivers, which I do pretty much every summer, I agree. You know,
Yeah.
it's everywhere.
Yep.
And is that a possibility to harvest more out of the Wind Rivers itself, or are you mostly operating in the foothills?
I'm operating both mountain ranges. I actually have a landing up the road about 15 miles, and I have another one to the right of me in Owl Creeks, and that's where I've been operating all last year.
Yeah.
And that's where a lot of our stuff comes out of is right over here. So
Wonderful.
yeah,
Well, great job. Very exciting.
thank you.
Thank you.
So we do have time for one more question from the judges, if any of you have a final question. I'm not seeing anybody, so
I'd like to hop in if I could real fast, Megan.
great. Yeah. Thanks, Fred.
I want to find out what more does that certification process take?
For the lumber,
Yeah.
I'm not too sure how the laws are in Wyoming, but that's where I'm trying to reach out to is other sawmills and how they operate and how they distribute their product that's certified. So I'm actually in the works with all that right now, and I was actually reading on it before this presentation. So
Perfect. Thanks much.
yeah.
All right. Well, thanks everyone. And with that, we are going to take a short break. We will be back here at 2:55 with our next presenter. All right, welcome back, everyone. Hope you all had a good break and are ready for our next team, Bobby Shangutzi and Austin Hill with Semaj.
All right. Zon Dove, I am Austin.
And I am Bobby.
That's stench you're smelling. That's the Zon Natsu Samaj is selling. We cultivate, package, dispense prime quality organic cannabis products. Stimulate, educate, medicate, advocate, and just breathe are the house rules. You could find us in Fort Washakie, the heart of the 1863 and 1868 Fort Bridger Treaty lands. Switch slides. On the reservation, poverty has put our Nuya in a crisis before the COVID pandemic. Revenue for our tribes and the communities around the reservation have been dependent on casinos, oil, and gas royalties. Our unemployment rate is at 80%. Since COVID-19, our casino has failed to stay open. Oil and gas royalties are depleted, making significant drops in per capita payment. Enrolled Shoshone members only see per capita of $100 per month compared to $1,200 per month in the 1950s. Our Eastern Shoshone Housing Authority has a waiting list of at least 100 families to be placed in a home. Utilizing our natural resources is little to none. Using our trees as natural resource is taking a toll on Sogobia mothers. It takes 100+ years for mature trees to grow for industrial use. Next slide. The problem, there have been proposals to get solar farms, wind farms, and soil farms submitted to the council, but nothing has been created or implemented. We have open land with rich soil and the luxury of fresh headwaters of the Wind River Mountain Range. For the past 2 years, no one has been implementing our 1863 and 1868 Fort Bridger Treaty rights. Next slide.
Being owners of our own land, we are able to build secure greenhouses so our people will get back into cultivating medicine for Dama Oyendes, everyone. The full spectrum oils have a therapeutic effect. CBD and CBG and THC are common cannabinoids that help relieve pain, reduce seizures, and inhibits cancer cell growth. And we have high quality flowers with a variety of selections. Next slide. Our customers can select from choices of flower, keef, and non-solvent concentrates to create their own pre-roll. Using our agricultural abilities, natural resources, and fresh mountain waters to create jobs with Elite products. We are guiding the cannabis industry into an energetic, stable, and secure foundation. Together, we can grow and create a healthier lifestyle and a sustainable development on our reservation. Next slide. Our current elderly customers enjoy our pain balm made with CBG and animal fat. Cannamoms are becoming a huge impact in this industry. Alongside of our local consumers, the tourist train is starting to come through to provide another opportunity to expand our products and services. Next slide. Highway 287 is one of the main tourist routes to get to Sacagawea Cemetery or to hang a left on Highway 26 to Yellowstone National Park. Visitors traveling through Wyoming spent $115 million in 2020. Our business is available for your selective cannabis needs. If it be high quality flower to end the perfect day or an upstep concentrate to get your full spectrum view of the beautiful Wyoming landscapes, we have the Shoshone named products just for you. Next slide. Surrounding states as in Colorado, Montana, South Dakota, and Utah are pro-green. Cannabis consumers travel from 30 minutes to the nearest black market or up to 5 hours to the other states. MedMen, Greenleaf, and LiveWell are huge cannabis companies expanding at a fast rate, trying to lower retail sales. Cannabis stocks is a renewable resource crop creating its own industrial business while repairing the earth. Our tax-free prices and cultural environment will have you feeling complete. And also we have a tribal enrollment discount. We are the first and the only in Wyoming, Zon Natsugahi Good Medicine House. Next slide. Our journey has been aired on Native Voice One, KOVE, and Wyoming Public Radio. We will keep using these outlets to get our business and history expanded. Local news, Wyoming newspapers, and tribal news outlets have also mentioned our success and movement. Social media, Facebook, Instagram, and an upcoming website will be our main networking sites. We are looking into a small storefront within the Shoshone Rose Casino. Next slide. Samaj will be opening a storefront with drive-up access for quick online pickup, also offering delivery within the reservation boundaries and possible partnerships. Today, you can contact us individually on Facebook or find us in Fort Washakie. Next slide. In our revenue model, we will have retail cannabis sales with selections of high quality flower, full spectrum oil made with no chemical extraction process, hybrid hemp products with natural fats and plants to give full spectrum effects, custom native apparel designed by local artists, and accessories for your cannabis consuming needs. Next slide. Market potential. With the cannabis industry being deemed essential, numbers have not stopped rising in retail sales and recreational and medicinal cannabis use. Statistics show a steady incline of no less than $2 billion in sales annually. Recreational keeps climbing nationwide and is predicted to be a $56 billion industry in 2026. The Fremont County area will see revenue at $5 million, also seeing a 17% yearly growth. Next slide. Cannabis retail stores see a profit margin of 12% to 15% annually. At the full 100% market share, we will see a profit at $628,000 when more businesses open up and we shift to a 25% market share. We will still see a good profit at $156,080. As we expand, our employee rate will grow from 10 jobs to close to 100 jobs. Greenhouses will bring multiple positions, and we will definitely be needing energetic bud tenders for a fun, swift-moving industry. Next slide. And this is our timeline of how everything began and where we're going. In 1863 and 1868, the Fort Bridger Treaty was signed with the U.S. government and Chief Washakie. Fast forward to December 2021, Austin submitted an agenda item beginning the cannabis movement for the Shoshone tribe. In 2020, COVID halted all of the tribal programs and gatherings that halted general council meetings. In October 2020, we began the Startup Challenge journey. In April 2021, we got to go on tours in Colorado to see the cannabis greenhouses and hemp farms. In Nevada, we got to tour the Nui Cannabis Dispensary on the Elko Reservation. In May 2021, we hosted a public cannabis meeting in Fort Washakie and brought businesses from Colorado and Nevada to speak to our people. And we also had a special general council meeting to assert our treaty rights to grow cannabis. Also in May, we have been invited to the Canamucca to do a meet and greet with the Eli Shoshone, who have recently opened their dispensary, Water Canyon. June 2020, we're launching a hybrid hemp product line. July 2021, we'll have another special general council for cannabis business only. In September 2021, we hope to open our first storefront grand opening. Next slide, please.
Let Samaj be your new go-to remedy. Remember, you can find us on Facebook or Instagram at Samaj307. We are the last of the first 7 generations, inspiring and motivating our next 7 generations. We would like to thank everyone who has made today possible, the team that helped get our dreams in correct format to become reality, to the other contestants for being gut-tight, brave, and wanting to better our communities, and to the judges to listen to our concerns and how we have been moving forward. We're ready for questions.
Thank you, Bobby and Austin. Chris, we'll start with you for questions.
Great presentation. You guys are really on the cutting edge of some stuff here. I know that there's no existing business like this on the Wind River Reservation, but I was wondering what you know about other reservations in states that are illegal currently for marijuana products. Does that exist currently? Is anyone else doing this?
I think there's one in Oregon, the Squamish tribe. And I haven't really checked their revenue, but I know that their business has been inclining steadily.
Okay, and the regulation, where does it currently stand for the Wind River Indian Reservation?
Under the 1863 and 1868 Fort Bridger Treaty, we are standing with those rights that the Shoshone tribe can cultivate the highest valued crop. So we've been working with the Shoshone General Council to change the laws and fix the law and order code so we can decriminalize and legalize correctly.
Okay, as I understand that, that's something that's going to the council for a vote here in the near future?
Yes, June 12th or July 24th, whichever makes quorum and happens first.
Okay, those are my questions. It's a hell of a business proposal here, guys.
Thanks.
Hi, guys. Great presentation. I kind of want to follow up a little bit more on some other sides than just the legal side. You were talking about doing CBD oils and whatnot. What kind of an extraction process are you going to be using?
For what we've researched, we want to do natural. So there's no chemicals like butane or propane.
Yeah.
We want to do ice and pressure.
Okay. Wonderful. And then I literally, during the break, saw an article here that Colorado sold $500 million worth of this in the first 3 months of 2021. So my question is, how do you keep up with demand? I mean, what's the lead time for growing on all of this? How do you make sure you have enough in stock to make sure you don't run out on Tuesday when you're expecting customers by, through Saturday?
That's gonna have to be dealt with when you start to grow your plants, because that you'll have to have them in certain stages, so then you don't run out, because you'll have to have harvest 1 week and then the next week you'll harvest some more, and just can't kind of keep the rotation in process in order, like you said, so you do not run out, because this is a high demand business.
Okay. And are you going to be doing your own custom strains?
We would like to.
Okay, cool. I like it, and I'm excited to hear that your general counsel is in agreement with you guys, and hopefully something comes forward through this. Good luck.
Thank you.
Jim?
Yeah, thank you. One question I had you're looking at, I think it was in your sales channel slide, you mentioned partnerships. Can you tell me a little bit about partnerships that you'd be looking at, whether it's sales channel or otherwise, what you're thinking there? I'm curious.
Yeah, with our hybrid hemp, we have Doc Martinez out of Brighton, Colorado, who would be willing to do a partnership with us and his full spectrum oils. And then also, we've been talking to other Shoshone tribes and the Paiute tribes and who they partnered with, and who there's about 3 different tribes, and there's 2 different businesses that partnered with them. The first one was the Nui guys with SCS, and we've already met with them. On the 28th of May, we get to go to Winnemucca and go and visit the partnership that has the Eli Shoshone dispensary going. So we'll get to see who they are.
Cool. And then another question, assuming Wyoming at some point in the future does legalize and get on with it. At that point, how are you going to set up your competitive advantage? What's going to be your message to your customers to come shop with you rather than other sources?
Organic, high quality cannabis, and also where we plan to have our dispensaries, one of the main highways running through the reservation, which is a main tourist attraction, Highway 287, which links to Highway 26. So that, and also having tribal enrollment discounts, and that's not just the Shoshone tribe. Each tribe will come and there'll be a percent given off of them too. So yeah.
Cool. So yeah, quality and location. Yeah, that's all the questions I had. And I swear I've heard it once before, but it was refreshing to hear bud tender. I like that. Thank you. Evan.
Thanks. It's a really interesting concept, and I applaud you. I think, in following up to what Jim said about what will happen when we approve it in Wyoming, which maybe be a while, it would seem like you have a head start and you have a competitive advantage if the tribal council can approve it this summer. So that seems to me to be a great strategy. In spite of being in rock bands for 30 years or more, unlike Fred, I don't have a lot of, sorry, Fred, I didn't mean to imply that, but you seem to know the chemistry here. But I mean, like growing conditions in Wyoming, you have, Colorado has a somewhat different climate. Are there anything about our longer winters that would maybe make it more difficult to grow cannabis in Wyoming?
Well, if we see with cannabis, it would kind of be both, because there would be an outdoor grow system, and then there also would be an indoor grow system too, because you want to kind of keep growing all year round to keep your money flow going. So the indoor system can help out when there is harsh conditions like wintertime and our early springs that are kind of harsh on the plants. So we can also get them all started and incubated and ready to be planted into the ground when it is time.
Great. Well, I don't have any other questions, but good luck. This is exciting.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys, for your presentation, and everybody has spoken the same words that I feel, right on the front end, cutting edge, and really ahead of the game. Also appreciate the education and the informative factor that you brought to the community as well. And strategically, I think, getting that information just ahead of the vote was a very, very smart move there. So good job on that. In terms of current investment, have you done anything currently that could demonstrate, where the next steps are going to be?
We've created, are you talking about the law or as in products?
Products.
Okay. For products, we have CBD distillate that we melt down, and it can't go hotter than 180 degrees. So we melt that distillate down, and then we just mix it with animal fats or coconut oil, because I learned not too long ago that there's a certain family around here that want to try the oils, but they can't touch certain animals due to their traditional values. So I made them a special kind with just coconut oil, and that's just CBD products, no THC. And then I've made another older lady honey butter to go along on her crackers and stuff to help with her high blood pressure and her diabetes, because that's what she wanted it for. She was mentioning her son would get candy bars for her, but there was no more access going to get those. So I made her CBD honey, and so far it's been working for her, taking whatever edge off that she had. And also working with Doc for people that want like CBD drops. I've been referring them to Doc, and they come in just like a little blue droplet and has their little label on there. There's different levels of it that he sells, 500 milligram up to 1,000 milligrams. It just depends what you're looking for.
Okay, so you do have products that are demonstrative of your anticipated business plan. So okay, that's good, and I'm glad that it's mixed in with the food aspect as well, because that can it's a different way to get it into your body, and I appreciate that and I applaud your efforts. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I think we have time for one more quick question from the judges, if anybody has a brief one. If not, that's okay too.
I did have a question about the financials. The spreadsheet I see is missing data. Do we have a newer version? Mine just says 0000.
There should be one that has try to pull it up on mine.
If there's a newer version, maybe just get that uploaded before we reconvene at the end.
Already, yeah. Mine has the product labels, website design, salary, internet cost, land prep for clones for the 2020 crop, cultivation supplies, security, marketing, fuel, and space to sell.
Okay. Yeah, the one on the Google Drive is probably just not updated that I'm looking at. So.
Okay.
Thanks.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Well, thanks again, Bobby, Austin, judges. And we will be back in just a minute with our next presentation. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. See ya.
And now we have Harmony Spoonhunter to pitch her business, Dancing Rain Consulting.
Good afternoon. My business that I'll present to you today is Dancing Rain Consulting, digitizing your program or your business in today's world. My name is Harmony Spoonhunter, and I am the business owner and the CEO of Dancing Rain Consulting. Dancing Rain is my middle name, and that's how I came up with the business name. I'm a member of the Eastern Shoshone and Northern Arapaho tribes. I received my bachelor's in biology from Idaho State University. and I received my Master's of Computer Information Systems from Colorado State University. After pursuing my Master's of Computer Information Systems degree, I seen that there was opportunity to bring the services that Dancing Rain Consulting will provide to both of my tribes of the Wind River Indian Reservation. Most tribal programs are not currently digitized. Employees spend a lot of time on paperwork and files, which results in more company time being used. This time can be spent on their customers instead of funneling through paperwork to offer better services. A lot of tribal programs do not have websites or online applications. Customers and clients have to transport to the offices to complete paperwork. And a lot of other businesses don't have websites, so it's harder for them to reach their customers. Programs and businesses can't organize for growth, and they can't see the patterns of their customers due to no information and data management. By not tracking information and data, they can't see who is following and visiting their website to allow for opportunity to improve and utilize their services due to no websites and information and data management. The products and services that Dancing Rain Consulting would provide is website design, digitizing paper files, creating online applications, providing technical assistance, providing information and data management. This would allow for reduced costs, saving time, improving services, doing business easier, less paperwork, less commute, increase insights to organize for growth, easier communication. Dancing Rain Consulting will be hiring more people to help provide all of these services. The customers of Dancing Rain Consulting would be tribal programs of the Eastern Shoshone and Northern Arapaho tribe, as well as local businesses, and then later expanding to other tribes and other businesses. After research, I found that there was around 40 Eastern Shoshone tribal programs and only 2 had websites. There are around 34 Northern Arapaho tribal programs and only 2 of those had websites. And less than half of the businesses in Fremont County have websites. We've seen that with the COVID-19 pandemic, that a lot of business has changed and more people are online. Websites created with an online sales tool would allow the business to sell more product. With my competition, I found 2 other Native-owned website design businesses. One is the First People websites based out of Port Angeles, Washington. And the other one is Native, formed by Indigenous people of the United Homa Nation out of Minneapolis, Minnesota. This website design company is not currently owned by Native Americans. And competition would be other website design companies. Dancing Rain Consulting is local, and there's a huge portion of businesses that don't have websites in Fremont County or Wyoming. My indirect competition would be build your own website platforms such as Wix, Squarespace, Weebly, Site123, and GoDaddy. These only allow you to customize so much. Dancing Rain Consulting has the expertise and knowledge to customize and build a website to the customer's needs. Dancing Rain Consulting is local and willing to do on-site services as well. My marketing strategy to promote my business would be by word of mouth. After the finalists were announced on County 10, I started getting calls from programs and businesses. It would be business to business, program to program. I'm currently the Eastern Shoshone Education Director, and I digitized the Eastern Shoshone program. And business is a lot easier and faster. Also by my website, dancingrainconsulting.com, which would later be have testimonials and reviews implemented onto my website, as well as social media pages such as Instagram and Facebook, paid advertising such as the local newspapers and other newspapers. My sales and channel strategy would be direct sales to customers. Each site would be customized, and I would negotiate sales by contract depending on what they need. My partnerships would be with the tribal programs and businesses, software companies. I would like to be that liaison between the software company and the programs to help them with their software. And also shredding companies, such as 307 Shredding out of Riverton, to bring them in to do the shredding after digitizing the files. The revenue of Dancing Rain Consulting would be from website design. The cost would depend on customization. An ongoing rate of website design for upfront cost is approximately around $6,000 and around $1,000 per month for maintenance. And I expect to be competitive. Also by digitizing files, by contracts and hourly rate. Information and data management would be on an hourly basis by contract and hourly rate. And the technical assistance also on an hourly basis by contract and hourly rate. After year one, the revenue for Dancing Rain Consulting would be around $60,000. And by the end of year three, Dancing Rain Consulting is anticipated to be around $200,000. By the end of the summer, Dancing Rain Consulting will be launched. And by the end of the year, Dancing Rain Consulting will be working with all tribal programs of both tribes on the Wind River Indian Reservation. And by the end of year three, Dancing Rain Consulting will be working with other tribes of Indian country and other businesses. Many thanks from Dancing Rain Consulting, and thank you for this opportunity to participate in the Wind River Startup Challenge. Any questions?
Perfect. Thank you, Harmony. Great job. I think we'll have you stop sharing your screen here real fast so we can see you, please. I love the concept here, but I'm curious about some of the more detailed stuff, like on the digitizing. How long did it take you to digitize that program for the Eastern Shoshone that you were able to work on?
It took us a couple months, and as it's an ongoing process, so
Okay.
we get paperwork every day.
Okay.
So we scan and digitize those papers into the file.
Okay. Your voice is cutting out on me here. So I hope that it comes back. I'll move on to my next question is, how many of these projects do you think you can handle at any one time? Is it one at a time? Can you handle 10 projects if they come your way?
Yeah, like I said, I was gonna hire more people to help me.
Okay.
As I hire more people, then the more we can do.
Perfect. Is there an opportunity for any recurring revenue on the websites, helping these companies once they build them to kind of maintain them and keep money coming in from them rather than just a one-time sale?
Yeah, the ongoing maintenance cost for my competitors is around $1,000 per month. So that would, just depending on what the customer needs.
Okay. I don't quite know what's going on with your audio, but it keeps dropping out for me. Not sure what's going on there. But I think I got your answer, so I'm not too concerned there. My last question's on your websites. You talk about different companies in the area. What's your low-hanging fruit? What kind of companies do you want to work with the most, where you think you could put the sites together fast and make a lot of money on? And how many of them are there in that area? Do you have any rough ideas?
Yeah, so back to my customer slide, there was 40 Eastern Shoshone tribal programs that I could work with, and I think it was 34 Northern Arapaho tribal programs that I can work with.
Okay.
And only 4 of those had websites.
Yeah. I'm curious if there's anything that's kind of blocking your microphone on your computer or your tablet, whatever you're coming from here.
Is
Uh,
anybody else having that?
Yes, I'm having that same issue.
Gotcha. It was great during the presentation. So, but I think I have an answer to my questions. Jim, I'll let you take over.
Yeah, sure. I'll throw out there. One thing to look at that might be the issue with the sound is in your settings. Don't look at it now, but at another time, if it auto adjusts for the volume, that kind of sets your input up and down. But I understand you, so it's no problem. I had a few quick questions. One, what platform are you looking at using? You listed a couple of the simple ones. Are you looking at building people's websites on WordPress, or what are you thinking?
Yeah, I currently work with WordPress and
Okay.
SQL programming for that.
Okay, cool. And then you listed that you had a good list of programs that lack having a website. Have you spoke to some of the program managers or directors and asked them just simply, trying to find what their problem is, why they don't have a website?
I'm currently working with 3 programs and doing a motivational speaker website. So just getting that word out, word of mouth. And the programs are now coming to me, knowing that I do.
Okay.
And digitizing and online applications.
Okay, cool. And then the last one, you're talking that, to scale up, follow up to Fred's question, that, you'll need to bring people on board. Do you have people in mind yet, or?
I do. I do. I have a
Very good. All right, thank you. And then I'll turn it over to Evan. Thank you.
Thanks, Jim, and great job, Harmony. Really impressed with what you're setting out to do. I think all the questions I had written down have been asked by Fred, Jim in some way, but I'll ask slightly differently. So, with regards to using WordPress and SQL sort of as your building blocks, could you maybe envision that you could build a platform, sort of a tribal platform on top of WordPress, so that you wouldn't have to start from scratch each time? It would seem to me that, leveraging a platform is going to help you grow your business faster than if you just built it one off each time.
That's a good idea, but like with my business, my promotion is, to build to the customer's needs. So maybe I could build a basic platform and then build on that one.
Yeah, I think that's something you might want to consider. And then with Jim's question about access to talent, do you think you'll be able to primarily handle hire talent locally, or are you also looking to bring in others from maybe outside?
I do have people that I could hire locally, and then also there's another program that I heard about that I would like to program with, or I'm sorry, to partner with. And I think they would bring a lot of value to what we're trying to do.
Wonderful. Well, great job.
Thank you.
I'll pass it on to Sai.
I appreciate it. Thanks, Evan. And long time no see, Harmony.
Long time no see. Just the other day.
One of the questions that was asked sort of indirectly was, sustaining and recurring income. And I know both tribes have, their respective IT departments. Do you see this as being a role of the IT department or the program directly? I know that's very specific, but it seems like a relationship with the IT department would make more sense as opposed to each individual program.
Well, I did have programs already approach me to see if I could build websites and to do online applications. And I have worked with the IT director, and he's okay with me bringing my business in and doing it on a contract.
And as far as recurring income, would part of that be a service contract, or is it a subscription based?
It would be, sorry.
Go ahead.
It would be service contract. and maintenance of the website, or, like when you digitize files, you're still accepting paperwork. So you're still scanning and uploading to the file.
And security?
Security, I would work with the local business that currently has security. And I am planning on getting security certification.
Okay, so it'd be internalized and not third party.
Yes.
Okay. All right, that's all I had. We'll pass it on over to Chris.
Hi, Harmony. Great presentation. I had a question about your plans if you were to be funded for the full asking amount here. Would you keep your current job, or would you move to focusing solely on this?
I really like what I do as the education director. I was planning on doing this on a side too, but as business grows, I would have to focus on dancing and consulting.
Okay, that was my only question.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Great. Well, we do have a few more minutes if any of the judges have any follow-up questions. Fred?
I'd like to, if I could. Harmony, could you give us a little more of your background and what led you into this, please?
When I received my master's in computer information systems, I came back home and there wasn't really any jobs that were available to me. So I decided that I seen the opportunity to help both tribes of the Wind River Indian Reservation and to bring these services to the programs, because when I did it with my program, it made business a lot easier and a lot faster, and we're able to help our students a lot more.
Okay. I'm sorry, I didn't hear master's in what?
Computer information systems from Colorado State University.
Excellent. Thank you.
Any other questions from the judges? Okay, I'm not seeing anyone. So thank you, Harmony. And we will be back in just a few minutes with our next presenter. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Well, last but certainly not least, we have Hannah Nickel with Monohubu Hut. So whenever you're ready, Hannah.
Okay. Oh, thank you, Megan. Oh. There we go. Okay, hello everybody. Like Megan said, my name's Hannah Nickel. I'm the creator of the Monohubu
Hannah?
Hut. Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt you, but we can
You're
see
fine.
your notes.
Oh, okay. Let me
Yeah, you
push
wanna
reset here. How do I?
I think we're still seeing it. If you go back to,
Right. No, you guys see it now, but let me.
so if you take right below where it says your name, those three little dots, and move that down so we can at least see the slides bigger.
Like
and
this?
you can still see your notes. Yeah. I think that would work for me.
Okay. Let me see.
I think that'll be fine just the way it is. We're not going to hold the technology against you. Don't worry about it.
Okay, I'm sorry. I knew that I got it last time where I seen my notes and you guys didn't have to, but I'm sorry about that.
No worries. Perfect.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Hello everybody. Everybody can see, I hope, and let's get started. I hope everybody's having a good afternoon, and I do want to thank everybody for gifting every finalist their time on this beautiful Saturday because it is very valuable and I appreciate it. I'm the creator of the Monohubu Hut, and that's going to be a portable food trailer on the reservation that specializes in chicken fried steak and homemade comfort food. Going on to the problem. As much as it is an inconvenience, on our reservation, we must continue submitting to traveling substantial amounts of time to reach the nearest restaurant or fast food establishment. Then, once we're there, we're faced with a settled and familiar selection that simultaneously forces us to choose valuable food or valuable price. Higher quality food made with wholesome ingredients that is freshly made and respectfully priced, and especially in the popular restaurants within our daily reach, they aren't very convenient for daily purchase because of their costly prices and are only available for reservation residents by pickup or possibly dine in these days. And more convenient options available in drive-thrus are cheaper, but all provide about frozen, pre-made generic food. On our reservation, it's common to have a big family, and having families or other to be considerate of is highly common and always intensifies any decision when going out to eat. It's possible that a lot of people share meals with others on a regular basis, if not constant basis, that time and effort needed to buy food when you live on the reservation usually increases with every extra passenger that you may have. Our communities are settling on the available options at the cost of time, travel, and money. And we've all gotten so used to what is available and also used to going out of our way so often for food. Some customers question the worthiness of eating out or returning to those establishments when it costs in more than one way. The product is serving up fresh and homemade food in convenient locations across the reservation at highly desirable prices. The trailer will be set up at mutual locations around the reservation on a consistent cycle in relation to customers' place of residency and being considerate of their valuable time. More food trucks and trailers are being established and becoming more popular with the fight to end the spread of COVID-19 continuing. Almost all of the food trailers that I've seen have a theme or specialty that they do really well to build reputation and maintain success. Them sharpening their skills and building a signature style of cooking attracts the new customers, but brings back those experienced customers every time. I want to dedicate this food trailer to my special and fresh chicken fried steaks made with homemade gravy and potatoes, mashed, fried, or hashed, depending on what time of day it is. Also offering specialty options that customers can familiarize with, but our creations to interest and surprise curious customers. And I want to address the need for fulfilling food, but also frugal food early in the morning when I'm busy at a lunchtime that's on a real tight schedule. The food trailer needs to have breakfast and lunch engineered to embrace customers' momentum and send them off with portable and energizing food. Bringing in modern, fresh attitude, offering a more convenient experience than restaurants and grocery store delis, and food made to order with consistent standards is more rewarding for customers and also minimizes the possibility of spoiled food. Being available in person, by phone, and by email, and also a website that will be established as well as Google will be officially updated, because it's nice as a customer to trust and rely on owners to provide sufficient information, then positively experience their business in cohesion with what is promised. I'm focused on giving hungry customers a delightful and wholesome experience that feels worthy and thoughtful for many ages and backgrounds. I want to make genuine homemade meals tailored to a price that is attractive to customers, but it's also highly competitive, and we want to keep quality and consideration at a high for these customers. The specialty will also be at high value, and we will have complete meals available that serve exclusive components and always remain an option for customers ready to splurge and enjoy. Bringing an a la carte menu as well will have the customers control the amount of food and the price of their order. Keeping in mind all sizes and appetites and budgets as well that could come along, we would like to build a menu that always has something that complements their day, making us reasonable options for customers more often. The customers are expecting quick service, satisfying food with thoughtful and hospitable attentions. People 18 to 40 years old make up a key age group that has shown to utilize food vending trailers the most. Having young children and carpooling with family to town are regular traits of millennials on the reservation. So comparatively, everybody has the same intents and convenience when reaching Lander or Riverton. Thinking about where homes are located closer to one town gives an obvious greater disadvantage to the other town, and the customers in the middle have to deal with the traveling the same amount of time, whichever the decision may be. And I want to picture a young mother that's just leaving work and planning to go to the grocery store, but reasonably thinking about what else she could do when she passes the Monohumu hut, or she sees advertisement, or she sees it pop up on her Facebook. And then for a second, thinking about comparing buying groceries and then purchasing from us. And this customer is available to have a second opinion, which that wasn't there before, and they don't feel like they're settling. And this customer is good because they have a limited amount of time to make a decision. So they have to make a decision on whether or not they'll go to the grocery store or eat out. And she will cook, or she will see the value she pays for food ready to eat, in addition to no added travel time because we are on the reservation already. And another good thing is if this customer enjoys our food, that there's like an indefinite time that she would consider our food at a later date. And we want to do everything we can to make someone feels confident in their personal decisions when choosing us. Food trailer owners must keep business websites consistent and current, because I usually research new establishments wanting to understand the attitude and direction of the chef before making my decision. And if the Monohumu hut was searched online, providing insight with a strong virtual welcome, curious and cautious, hungry people would turn into informed and excited customers. This popular entree sells well and the interest is high. Being directly reliable means I want to own the opportunities I'm given with customers and show commitment to their the most positive experience possible, showing initiative by meeting customers halfway and requiring less of their valuable time for my business. The food can always be executed perfectly, but this market requires owners to please customers emotionally as well as nutritionally. We will welcome everybody, but there is a target audience that we will interest for. Half of the customers in the food truck industry are millennials, and followed by older connoisseurs from about 45 to 55 years old. This fits within our community as well, because we have large age groups, but we all face the same inconveniences. Our world has changed a lot, and perspective on health and safety is focused on helping each other be well by protecting ourselves. On the reservation, we prioritize the care of our elders and realizing taking simple precaution can save vulnerable lives that we care about. I can say I am prepared to be responsible and for providing a safe and sanitary experience for customers so they can enjoy and indulge in their food. On to competition. I just want to start with that I've sold chicken fried steak in the past, and currently I'm selling $8 plates with all homemade fresh gravy, potatoes, and of course chicken fried steak at a local farmers market in Fort Washakie, and had a pretty good turnout, selling at least 15 steaks an hour for the maximum of about 3 hours in this circumstances. And to have a distinguished and professional food trailer with fully operational mobile kitchen to meet the target audience more often would increase the chances of returning customers as well as economic outcome. A lot of dinner customers are introduced to my food on the spot, usually order because they enjoy chicken fried steak, because it's freshly made, or because they're looking for a solution to providing dinner for themselves or for their family. And out of all the restaurants researched in chicken fried steaks in this county, there are only 3 that are offering it within the reservation boundary line, but none of them are known specifically for it. So we can look forward to taking on the challenge of having a specialty that is so classic, because we'll be the first in our area, as well as having a strong menu that matches our compact size will ultimately lead to consistent product and our memorability. The goal is to connect with people to understand what they prefer and what they do not to keep us improving. When we think about marketing, we want to be discussed and brought into conversations about food and be spread through our community by word of mouth because of the specialty and convenience. Popular food trucks improve their specialty food and become known for doing that certain dish the best. Bringing the Chicken Fried Steak Foundation to our community means there has been no attempt to specifically do what the Monohubu Hut would do. Popular food truck online ordering apps can also help us be available to customers that enjoy using their smartphones to order ahead, and it'll correctly confirm their order, and they can pay and receive updates on their phone all from the device. And hours of operation, as well days of the week, as well as days off, will also be clearly shown and continuously will be in the same locations at the same time for our customers. Having an operating phone as well makes it possible for customers to reach the correct phone number, as well as answering the phone efficiently will make ordering ahead regularly possible and maintain our convenience factor. Sales and channel strategy from the owner to customer. Sales will be affected by the amount of time I cook and the characteristics of our location. Being genuine will keep positive and comfortable energy, allowing our uniqueness to be accepted. We want to reach the early birds and then solve the last minute dinner stress customers by location. Our atmosphere involves traffic, places of business, and productivity. Keeping fresh food and letting everyone watch it be cooked in front of them, along with delivering quality product, lets them feel confident in the decision they made for themselves. All food will channel from the trailer directly to the customer, but we will remain diverse on how customers can communicate with us. Revenue model. Like I said, I've served people my food at a small market close to my home, and witnessing a high interest rate and return rate for chicken fried steak is exciting, as well as the fact that people in my community are interested in return at a decent rate versus just the one meal I'm offering versus a complete menu that the Monohubu Hut would have. And that helps me a lot because when I'm ready to sell food again, or when I'm ready to take it to the next level, it's all still viable. Between May and August, we will operate as classic vendors 4 days out of the week, 10 hours a day. And the hourly revenue at this point can average about $100 because I am selling about 13 steaks per hour as I'm going off of my revenue now. Cash flow and profit and loss. Keeping up on our inventory and having supplies for cleaning, paying trailer and vehicle maintenance costs, and my marketing strategy will be taking funds out and being spent regularly, as well as providing employee wages, because I will need at least one, if not two. And all food sales will solely bring that money in. There's no service offered that we have that's off of our menu. Besides donation or possible future unknown investor, we will not have any plan to profit from anything other than our food. A point of sale system will assist in keeping invoices for me to calculate our profit and loss. And the cost of the trailer with equipment, built-in equipment, will be the biggest investment. I have a company in Montana that I know of that they design the trailers, and they could add as much or little as equipment as I needed, as well as offering financing that they widely accept. A lot of people, and they're known for that, which I know that that's a very big possibility for myself. And right now I feel capable of supplying a demand and doing so with positive energy and wise decision making, but I'm looking to improve my environment to achieve a more professional business practice, achieving productivity with the most proficient amount of time with the resources I work for. Our timeline here, I just want to play this so that we can look at it this way. Thinking about June, we want to secure loans that I'm applying at and register my business straight off. File for permits and licenses would be next. Order and finance the trailer from Montana, allowing for that trailer to be built. The POS system, because that's a big investment. Getting insurance is the most important thing. Then we'll source, get ingredients, paper supplies, and cleaning products. And then in August, we're going to open the Manahubu hut, being completely ready for chicken fried steaks, advertising and practicing and being diligent on our schedule, creating a good web presence, operating 5 days a week. And I said 4 earlier, but it will be 5 because this is accurate. Conveniently located, affordably priced, with social media, and we'll maintain our online customer communication, just keeping going and going. And then in September, we will execute an in-house delivery, as we will have our trailer be stationary in Fort Washakie and then provide that in-house delivery in those colder months. And then being that classic vending food trailer in the warmer months like you usually see. But thank you for your time. And that is the end of my presentation.
Great. I think I'm on to be the first to ask you a few questions. The first question I had is the ask. I noticed, your startup costs and your financials was $30,000 in your executive summary. You were looking for, I think it was $20,000 for the full cost of the trailers.
Yeah.
Is that what you're looking for? Is the trailer cost?
Yes, in my ask, I am looking for just the cost of the trailers, because I am looking forward to seeing what I can be, how can I say this better? That I applied for a loan that is all to support the cost other than the trailer. So for the startup challenge, I'm here to present just the cost of the trailer being what I need or what I am wanting support from. That's
Sure.
the $20,000. Yeah.
Cool. Thank you. And then one other question. Earlier it was noted that there's several other competitors with food trucks. What do you think is going to be your big competitive advantage in competing with these others?
I am excited to have chicken fried steak on my menu and to be specializing in that, because I know now that there's nobody else doing that, and that chicken fried steak is really popular in Wyoming and it's offered everywhere. But there's a lot of places where it is so common and is so basic that it gets overlooked, where I'm taking that and focusing all my energy to make the perfect chicken fried steak, not just a plate of food.
Cool, great. And I love the simplicity of the menu. It keeps costs down, and people know exactly what to expect, which is awesome. You did a great job preparing for this. Great job. I'll
thank you.
Pass it on to Evan. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim. Excellent job. I really enjoyed your presentation. And this time, Jim only asked one of the questions on my list, which means I get to ask some other questions.
Okay.
So Jim and I think a lot alike. So what does Manahubu mean? What does it stand for?
My grandmother on my mom's side, she's Paiute from California, and Manahubu means thank you. And we just know a lot of native words, a lot of different languages for thank you. And to me, being focused on appreciating the customer and knowing that people out there just want to be appreciated and want to be treated special and want to have that positive experience that is like pretty much 50% of eating out in the first place. And bringing it all back to thank you. Like, thank you. This is the place of giving thanks and being grateful, because I am here to do what I like to do and also spread it and share it and be grateful to even have the opportunity.
I love that story. Thank you.
Yeah.
The other one kind of goes in on what Jim talked about, which is about the trailer costs. So when I look at your financials online that you shared up to the Google Drive, first of all, as a part-time finance professor, your financials look amazing, just the way you have them formatted. Great
Oh,
job
I'm
on
glad
that.
to hear that. I'm really glad to hear that, actually.
Yeah, very, very detailed. But being a finance professor or accounting professor, I also wondered, with you have the trailer in the first 2 years at about 11,000 each year, and I understand if you win this that may cover that. But one recommendation I would suggest is to write it off over a longer time, because then you can reduce your costs. You wouldn't have to write off all 11,000 in the first 2 years. You could spread it out longer and make your profit look better.
Oh, okay.
So,
Okay, yeah, I
you know.
could I would write that down, because that's really helpful, actually, and that makes a lot more sense. And it was like a couple different ways that I could have added, because I did apply for a loan where I could have put that in there, but not knowing if that's secured or not, it wouldn't have directly fit, you know what I mean? And those spreadsheets could have been a few different ways with a little bit of adjustments, but I decided on that one the last because it was the most detailed for like the complete overview, you know.
Great. And then my last question is about sourcing of chicken. I think I read recently that, like so many things right now that are hard to come by, that supply of chicken is getting harder to come by. Have you heard anything about that? And are you planning to source it from outside Wyoming, or could you get chicken locally?
Well, first I would like to say that chicken fried steak is made with beef steak.
Wow.
So I haven't heard anything about the chicken. It's okay. I haven't heard anything about that chicken actually, and that's news to me. But to be honest, I currently have I'm partnered with my family and my grandparents with a ranching business. So I own a brand and I own cattle, and we ranch every year and produce. And I'm at that point where I'm looking to invest in my own beef, or allow for those purchases to be made while I can buy fresh meat that can be packaged and processed within an amount of time where it's in my food truck ready for operation. And I bought it a week ago, you know what I mean? The animal was alive a week ago, where that's very doable and very possible. And where I'm at with the ranching side of my business life, it's a good spot. And especially with choosing chicken fried steak, I look forward to that because of being in that position and having my own sources, at least for that much. But thank you for bringing that up, the meat. Yeah, that's very
and
important.
I will stick to accounting questions from here on and stay away from the culinary.
You're fine. Thank you, though.
Thanks. I'll pass it on to Sai. Great job again.
Thank you, Evan.
You know, Evan is an intelligent guy, and I can appreciate and applaud his efforts.
No.
Thanks, Evan. And that was great advice for depreciating an asset over a period of time.
Yes.
Beyond that, I want to congratulate you. Phenomenal presentation, and just reiterate what Evan said as well with the financial statement preparation. Great forecasting.
Thank you.
So,
good to hear.
have you thought about doing adding to your product line, maybe chicken fried everything, chicken fried chicken, chicken fried The specialty being chicken fried steak.
Yeah, the specialty will be chicken fried steak because that'll be every day on the menu. And not saying that other things will come and go, but I am specializing in homemade food is my main goal, to be known for that it's homemade and all of it is from scratch. And um breaking that up and then expanding it into other comfortable dishes that people know, but also twisting it up where they've never had it this way before and making that intriguing, because I have already gotten through most of my menu, and I'm a really simplistic person, so it's very direct and very a lot of things from breakfast, can be used and moved on to lunch if they're not sold, and everything from that day will be freshly made and sold and given, because we will start fresh every single day. And to go back to the menu, I wanted to just say that what I was thinking of was, I think I'm going to call it a walking pie, because it reminds me of a walking taco, where you kind of have a taco in a bag and it's portable that way. I'm going to say a walking pie because I'm going to put a pot pie into a handheld version, kind of like a pocket burrito pie crust version, where that's familiar and people know chicken pot pie, and that's popular, but not everybody can find it where you can take it on the go and it's ready to go and you don't have to worry about it getting all over or using a fork or anything, and having it be new and something that nobody's tried before.
Great, thank you. And as far as the food truck, you had mentioned that it would be stationary at some point, or will it forever be mobile?
I am planning to do mobility from May, June, July, and August as like classic vending, portability, and being that convenient option. And that's our main goal, is those are during the summer months. And then a little bit before that, possibly March, but definitely April, and then definitely September, we will be stationary at my residence in Fort Washakie, and then offer that in-house delivery to a certain extent, and compensate with delivery costs, but also be available longer. And there is no delivery service on the reservation at the moment. So that is something else fresh and new that is just a possibility that's exciting for people on the reservation.
Okay, appreciate it. Thanks. That's all I had.
No, thank you. Good question. Thank you so much.
Anna, this is Chris. I was just wondering, given your current experience, what your biggest challenge has been so far?
The biggest challenge is setting up and getting going, because I am in a food stand type of atmosphere where I have a generator and extension cords and tables and a tent and signs, and it all has to get put up. And I show up with my crock pots and I show up with my electric skillet, and I do the steaks fresh there, and the potatoes were made an hour before, the gravy was made 30 minutes before, and it's all fresh. But that's the most exhausting part of it, because cooking and getting going and in that sink is not very hard. And, trusting customers to have an interest and to even just put it in their minds and have them come along and give them a positive experience just by talking to them and acknowledging them. And I want to just say that the food trailer is my main goal, because that will be to a different level that doesn't allow me to have to unpack and pack and move and separate and migrate with all of my equipment and setting up and tearing down constantly, where we're quicker and we're more efficient and we're ready to go 100% quicker. And that's the goal, where I know that I can sell food and it's been fun and it's been exciting and I like selling food, but being on the ground literally is the biggest challenge.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Hi, Hannah. Great job. I will say that Evan took the majority of my questions and Chris just asked my last one.
Okay.
And nice job in playing turnabout for me. So all I'm going to
I hope
say,
I answered them well.
you did. The only thought I have left is, chicken fried steak as a waffle cone with the mashed potatoes and the gravy inside of it. This sounds amazing.
Oh
I
my
hope you can figure
goodness.
this out.
I'm welcome to all ideas. The last, the semifinalist pitch, someone offered the idea of elk steak, macaroni, and cheese or something like that. And I was like, that would be fun. That would be fun to figure out how to get wild game on our reservation to plates sold on our reservation, and then just having it awesome mac and cheese. You know what I'm saying? So,
I would drive from Laramie to the reservation to have one of those.
I appreciate that. I really do.
But nice job.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Hannah. And thank you, everyone. Great job to all the presenters today. And thank you to all you judges for the insightful questions. The judges are going to head to another Zoom session for now where they're going to deliberate today's presentations. But please join us back here on the same YouTube or Zoom link at 5 o'clock when we will have some closing comments and we'll announce the winners of the 2021 Wind River Startup Challenge.
Thank you, Megan.
Thank you. Well, welcome back, everyone. We had some technical issues at the beginning of today, but Dr. Charissa Spoon-Hunter was going to open today, so she is going to give us some closing remarks, and then I'll announce our winners. Thank you, Dr. Spoon.
Dos, Nanana Naniehi Bikanahise, that woman with an eagle plume. I'm enrolled Northern Arapaho, but I grew up on the Blackfeet Indian Reservation. I got my graduate degrees from the University of Arizona, my master's in policy, and my doctorate in American Indian Studies, treaty rights, and nation building. I work for the Native Nations Institute of the Udall Foundation, which is a public policy and management firm funded through the United States Congress. And so they have a, initially they started out at as the Harvard Project, and then the University of Arizona has their own institute called the Native Nations, and hopefully we'll be able to share the Rebuilding Native Nations book with everyone. I do teach nation building at CWC. We currently have our tribal leadership program, the Bachelor of Applied Science, what really looks at leadership from all perspectives, from history to treaty rights, to natural resource management, to economic development and citizen entrepreneurship. And so today we are fortunate, with the 5 finalists who are all citizens of either the Eastern Shoshone tribe or the Northern Arapaho, who are looking to start their own entrepreneurship here on the Wind River Reservation. As we know, there's much needs, and I'm really proud and congratulate all of you for making it to the finals. Through nation building, we've looked at why are some other tribes doing well, and tribes with lots of resources, such as us and the Crow and the Blackfeet, who have tons of resources, not doing so well economically. Is it tribal economic development, or is it, citizens not having the opportunity to start their own businesses? And so, one of the key factors for, citizen entrepreneurship is to have, having infrastructure in place so, citizens can be successful and have a good support system within the tribal nations, the Economic Development Committee, Wind River Development Fund, our current resources and Impact 307. And so it's really important to get out and look for those opportunities, take advantage of some of the CWC free entrepreneurship workshops and courses that they have throughout the year. And we are grateful for Impact 307. So how did I come into the Wind River Startup Challenge? Wind River Startup Challenge is a partner with the University of Wyoming EPSCoR. And so I'm the tribal liaison to help UW EPSCoR create partnerships and build capacity on the Wind River Reservation. So I partnered with the Tribal Water Engineers, Fish and Game, Tribal Historic Preservation Offices. And you wouldn't think, some of those are actual economic opportunities for the Wind River tribe, but all 3 of those departments actually are key to the revenue that comes into both the Eastern Shoshone and Northern Arapaho tribes. Water is probably going to be one of our biggest resources and revenues when we look to the future. Is going to be bigger than oil and gas, which some people just aren't ready to accept. And so through nation building, as we really look at, what is needed, to make such things happen for our people. And, each of you came into this with an idea, and you worked through your business plan and put in the effort and did the research. And, we really hope to put, the politics into place so we don't undermine, economic development or your businesses that you're trying to move forward. We need to really build for the needs of our people, our whole community. So a lot of times, you know, people come in with ideas and think, oh, this is a great idea, right? Because it worked for the Shoshone-Bannock tribe. Well, we know that we're a little bit more rural, right, than Shoshone-Bannock. And so through nation building is really looking at how tribes, why are some tribes successful and other tribes aren't? And so being able to kind of do case studies, do the research, what is viable, you know, in a rural agricultural state, you know, here in Wyoming. And so those are things that, you know, when we talk about nation building is to really kind of do the research, you know, do the feasibility studies. You know, I attended a general council meeting and no feasibility study was done, but they made a big decision. And so, you know, education is important. Education is key because education will give you a seat at the table. And I really want to thank, you know, all the partners that came into the Wind River Startup Challenge to make this a successful venture for all of you and to give you guidance and mentorship. And just because the challenge is done doesn't mean that they're not going to be there, or Kyle. And so when we were asked to be a part of this, you know, UW asked myself and Kyle Trumbull had taken nation building and economic development entrepreneurship from me. It's a 1-week summer course in June, a plug in my course. And he brought in a couple of his business students. And today, you know, those 2 students are actually some of the mentors for the Wind River Startup Challenge and really getting out there to do their own becoming entrepreneurs and helping with tribal reservation economic development. And, you know, and I felt that Kyle, you know, had really taken the time to build trust within the Wind River community and build that relationship that we need to start moving forward as partners. And rather than a us versus Riverton, us versus Lander, you know, we start to see we conversations. And that's how we kind of came together on the Wind River Startup Challenge. And, you know, I just want to give, you know, Kyle and the Impact 307 team, you know, for really moving forward. And I trust, you know, that was me trusting my colleague, you know, to be able to really take the reins and steer it. And, you know, and he's been really good at consulting me and asking me what I think and, you know, what we should do. And also our interns, Cora Lamebear and Latera LeBeau, you know, you guys have been really an asset to this team and, you know, our own community members as we're starting to move forward in this venture. So again, congratulations to everyone who made it this far. And I want to thank the judges. A couple of you we see returned, and we really appreciate, you know, those judges that were selected, you know, from diverse areas and, you know, backgrounds, whether they're in accounting, business management, former CEOs of the tribe and the Wind River Casino. So again, ho-ho, and good luck to everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Teresa, for your thoughtful comments. That was very nice. And I echo what you have to say about the team, the people who've come together to help make today happen, to help make the whole challenge possible. It's a lot of people have had to work together to get here. But on to the decisions that were made today. I can tell you that I've been in the judges sessions for these startup challenges a bit in my job, and it's never easy. The decisions they have to make are complex, and they know that all the teams have worked hard to get to this point. So another huge thank you to our judges, Chris, Evan, Fred, Cy, and Jim. Thank you to the Wind River Startup Challenge business counselors and team, all the people in the local community and across the state who have stepped in to help make today's event something special. And thank you to all of you in the audience for being here. And of course, most importantly, thank you to all the teams who presented for all the time and energy you've put into these pitches. Please remember that even though funding amounts vary, there is no first, second, or third place. And regardless of funding, we are eager to see each of these teams succeed and want to keep working with you guys and help you launch your company. So now for the winners who will be receiving seed funding from the Wind River Startup Challenge. I'll start with, because of the uncertainty in the industry and the source of the funding available, with Samaj, we're not at this time able to provide funding, but we want to keep working with you and look for alternative sources for funding, and just keep working with you as things develop within the industry. Receiving $3,000 is Native FX. $5,000 is going to Goose's Kitchen. $5,000 is also going to Manahubu Hut. Dancing Rain Consulting will be receiving $7,000, and Timber Beast has been awarded $10,000. So those, congratulations to all the teams. You all have worked so hard. I'm so proud of all of you. You've come a long way. And I want to remind everybody that we will be starting another Wind River Startup Challenge in the fall. So keep an eye on the Wind River Startup Challenge Facebook page and windriverstartupchallenge.com. But if you have ideas or business ideas between now and then, don't hesitate to reach out to us at Impact 307 or the Small Business Development Center or Kyle. Reach out to any of us from today, and we'd love to keep working with you and help you out. So congratulations again, and I hope everybody has a lovely weekend. And that concludes Wind River Startup Challenge 2021.